Internet, welcome to the Role Player Guild of Kansas City's Twitch stream, where we will be streaming a wonderful evening of my favorite indie rules light role-playing game, Dread. So, I am your Game Master Aaron, and we have found 3 individuals to take through a wonderful scenario that we have planned for you tonight. So, let's kick this off by talking a little bit about the system. So, if you've never heard of or never played Dread before, it is a rules light indie RPG. It is a horror setting, and the point of it is a very easy entry, diceless, no stats kind of game. Typically, if we were playing this in that's not where I want to start. So tonight I'm going to be taking these 3 adventurers through space. They are going to be some astronauts that are going to be inspecting a abandoned space hulk called the ISS Auerbach. So to tell you a little bit about our rule set, in Dread there are no dice and there are no stats. Instead of on your character sheet, there is simply short answer questions. There'll be questions about why are you in the profession that you're in, maybe some secrets about yourself, and a little bit of world building. In Dread, anything that is reasonable for your character to do, they will be able to successfully do. Case in point, if you are a medical student and you have a good medical kit with you, a good first aid kit, and someone gets a cut on your arm, you will easily be able to bandage that arm with no problems, no consequence. Whenever we ask the characters to do something that's outside of their comfort zone or outside of their knowledge set, that's when there's a chance for failure. If we were in a real live in-person game, we would be pulling blocks out of a Jenga tower. The more complicated the task, the more blocks you'll have to pull. But for tonight, for our online session, these players will be rolling a 100-sided die. They will be sharing a common pool of 100 numbers, and anytime one of them repeats, that's when something bad is going to happen. Each player will be allowed to repeat numbers up to twice. At the second repeat of that common shared number pool, that will be the scene when the character dies. This is analogous in an in-person game, is if you were pulling a block out of the Jenga tower and the Jenga tower was to fall over. At that point, I will narrate a hopefully gruesome and interesting death for our player characters. We will rebuild the tower, or pull out a new set of 100 numbers, and the survivors will continue and most likely start fleeing for their lives. So the analogy to that would be if we ask that first-year medical student to take 2 sticks of dynamite and go blow up that bridge. That's not something most medical students know how to do, so the players will roll 1d100, or you would pull 1 block out of a Jenga tower. As it goes along, if something is particularly complicated, if our same medical student is trying to bandage a broken arm with no med kit in the back of a bouncing pickup truck down a pothole-filled road while someone's shooting a gun at them, that might be multiple pulls, or multiple rolls in our case. A few other rules that go along with this. If the players ever want to be on guard, or they think there's something that they can investigate, they can ask, hey, I'd like there to be a fire escape on the side of this building. I'd like to find a shotgun abandoned in this house. The players can ask, and we will negotiate for a number of pulls or a number of rolls to find that thing or have that thing exist. At various times, I may also say, hey, there's an opportunity. You might be able to find something, or there might be some additional information. So they'll have the option to make additional rolls or additional pulls to get more information. You are never required to make a roll. If I ask you to make a roll, or I would ask you to make a pull, and you don't want to, you can refuse, and you will suffer the consequences. As the game goes on, some of those consequences may be very debilitating, even death, depending on the circumstance. But you can always refuse a roll if you think it's going to go poorly. The final thing is, if we were is the noble sacrifice. If we were in an in-person game, you could do a noble sacrifice, much like in a movie where one character will sacrifice themselves for the good of the rest so that they can carry on. Imagine someone taking a bunch of grenades or a bunch of dynamite and running headfirst into the horde of zombies to blow them up to give the rest of the characters a reprieve to escape. This would be an example of a noble sacrifice. In an in-person game, this would be exemplified by reaching over and knocking over the tower just by knocking it over, and we would give a large narrative reprieve, possibly leading to the end of the game for the characters that survive. In our game, all these individuals will have to do is say that they're going to do a noble sacrifice. I will narrate the scene and how that individual will be sacrificing themselves, and we will pull up a new set of numbers. So we're going to continue to use that same pool of 100 numbers until somebody dies. Once somebody dies, then we will reset those numbers. But each one of these characters, since we only have 3 tonight, is going to have 2 hit points. So like I said, they can repeat a number once, something bad will happen, but they'll be okay. Should they repeat a second number out of that shared 100 number pool, that will be the scene when a character dies. So that's the very basics of Dread. There's a little bit more. We'll worry about those if it comes up. There's some outside circumstances. But mostly this is narrative, rules light, much like if you and some friends were getting together and just collectively telling a story. I like to make an analogy to imagine it like a movie, and each one of these players is individually the writer and the creator for one character in a movie. I'm going to be handling everybody else, but they'll be doing all the speaking roles and actions for one character, much in a horror movie. And our game tonight is going to be Under a Metal Sky. As I was saying, all 3 of these individuals are astronauts on a spaceship. Would somebody like to give me real quick, what is the name of your ship? Anyone can volunteer a name. I think we might be muted or something. I'm going to call it the Manticore. So all of you are astronauts on the ISS Manticore, working for Brad. You came up with a name for the corporation that you work for, didn't you? What was the name of that? Do you remember?
Oh goodness, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Brad, do you remember the name of the corporation that you came up with? Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. It is Apex Holdings. Apex Holdings.
Apex Holding. All right. So all 3 of our members tonight are astronauts aboard the ISS Manticore for Apex Holdings. You have just recently dropped off your previous captain and were given orders to fly to a new spaceport to pick up your new captain. So you're literally in between captains. When you got a distress beacon from Apex telling you that you need to go and investigate a recently rediscovered colony ship called the ISS Auerbach. So you're being diverted away from picking up your new captain in order to go investigate and see if divers and rescue them, as well as any items of particular worth or importance to Apex. So now I will introduce us to our players for tonight, and we'll get this started. So Brad, why don't we go ahead and start with you? Why don't you tell us your name? And what I'd like you to do is introduce your character and tell us anything that your crew would commonly know about you. You may have gotten some questions that had secrets. Keep those secrets to yourself. But anything that would be commonly known to the crew, go ahead and let us know about that now. So Brad, kick us off.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm Emmett Chalmers. I'm the head technician on the drive for the ship. Everyone calls me Chalmers. He's down to earth. Not very intellectual. He's very practical minded. He has an artificial arm that has a lot of compartments where he stores tools and gadgets. It has a number of... it has an independent power cell, and he has a... gosh, what's he call it? A fusion welder built into his arm that he can deploy, and he is occasionally, in a humorous way, sort of threatens somebody with it every so often. Right? He's very, very sort of proud of this thing he's got and this technological marvel that he's leveraged into an asset, not more than a disability. So Chalmers, the technician.
All right. And then Kyle, would you like to introduce us to your character?
Yes. So I am Jason Clarke. He's the navigator of the Manticore. He is a no artificial limbs to speak of, but he is looks just very recently joined this ship. Has not been a part of the crew of the Manticore for very long at all. It's only very, very recently he showed up here. He about average height, looks like about mid to late 30s. He looks like he probably was in fairly good shape up until a couple of years ago. He's kind of started to go soft a little bit. And he has kind of been kept a little bit to himself, a little bit more reserved. Mostly because he only came aboard the ship at the 11th hour. So he's kind of tried to stay to himself a little bit in the time that he has been aboard. Just try to do his job and not really make an effort to interact with the crew any more than is absolutely necessary to get the job done.
All right. And finally, Greg, would you like to introduce us to your character?
I am a alien. Our race is called Shenoids, and I go by Kagin. Basically, I'm very proud of the fact that I am like a fighting master of all weapons, and I mean, almost to the point of being like haughty or whatever. I'm the best. There's nobody better than me anywhere, as far as I'm concerned. Also, I will say one thing that you all know is I have no idea anything about anything on the ship. I don't know how to fly it. I don't know how to do anything with it. I'm just here for security purposes and so forth. And you all know that people from my planet normally have mind control power and or read minds. But I have assured you all that I do not. But you're not, you're not quite sure of me.
We're not buying that.
Yeah. But I'm saying, I told you I don't.
Did we believe you?
And, well, like I said, you were kind of leery of me, but you don't hate me or anything, or you're not like, you're just a little leery.
It's always in the back of our minds. Got it.
Right, I gotta watch what I say, maybe he can read my mind, but I've told you I can't, and I don't have any of those powers, but...
We can assume that normal human curiosity, you've probably looked up did you say shenobids?
Shenoids.
Shenoids. Human curiosity, everybody looked up a little bit of something on the subspace frequency about shenoids, and you probably did find something that, in like 1 to 2% of the population, they don't have any type of telepathic or telekinetic powers. So it is possible. It's just super rare. And he says he doesn't have it. He says he's in that 1%.
What do you look like physically?
Oh, well, like I said, I'm muscular. I mean, this is what where's it at? Okay. That's a picture of my character. He's aqua blue. He's about 6'2". I got this his eyes are amber. He has long white hair, and normal at the time he wears a thin, strong, charcoal-colored material, kind of like a gi, but it's more silky type of material for fighting. So he's always got all kinds of, weird-looking weapons, or both melee and like guns and stuff. But for the most part, he's always messing with some type of gun or whatever, sharpening his weapons and so forth. He's always fiddling with something.
All right. The final thing that I was going to ask is our navigator, Jason Clarke, got the question of what the mission for tonight was going to be. So again, keeping any secrets or anything to yourself that you don't want, that wouldn't commonly be acknowledged. But Kyle, tell everybody so that they know what the mission for tonight is going to be.
So as far as we've been told, the objective here is should just be get in and out as fast as we can, figure out why the ship is here and is not, and send out this distress call. See if anybody is injured or if anybody needs help. If the ship cannot be found out why the ship is derelict, if the ship cannot be reactivated and moved under its own power, recover anything of value from the ship, and leave as soon as we possibly can, so that we don't have to have our timetable interrupted any longer than absolutely necessary.
And if anyone or our audience is wondering why Kyle was presenting that mission, that was one of his questions that he got to fill out, was what was the mission for tonight. So everybody has filled out a short questionnaire that developed all these characters. And does anybody have any questions before we get started? Otherwise, we'll get things started.
I just have a quick question. I missed the name of our blue-skinned, white-haired security guy.
Kagin.
Kagin.
Kagin. K-A-G-I-N. Kagin.
All right. So you all were probably about a month into cryo sleep, heading from one spaceport to the next spaceport to pick up your captain. When all of you got interrupted and woken up out of cryo sleep, it's probably been a couple of hours since those pods have opened up and people are starting to kind of go into the showers, clean off the cryogenic goo and get themselves kind of ready, and probably a meeting back up either in the common area or up in the cockpit. There's only like 3 of you. You're still under autopilot, but you're all kind of collecting maybe coffee in hand or various things, kind of waking back up to address this new order that's come in from Apex, and it is to rendezvous with the ISS Auerbach. So there's this blinking red bar on almost every monitor as you gather together, and you open it up and it says, priority transmission from Apex Incorporated. Subject: divert for rescue mission. And the body of the message basically reads, I didn't prepare it, but the message reads, you are now being diverted into a local star system where you will come in contact with the previously lost colony ship of the ISS Auerbach. Please investigate, rescue any survivors, reclaim any company property, and report back as quickly as possible to pick up the rest of your crew to continue your voyage. So all of you kind of waking up, I'm going to give you a chance to kind of check. You've got probably about a day and a half where you have to divert, even at warp speed. You're going to need about a day and a half to get to the hulk of the ISS Auerbach. So you've got a little bit of chance to do any kind of preparation. So let me know what you want to do in preparation. Say good morning to everyone.
I want to go over the anything about the briefing in a little bit more detail. More specifically, how long it's been since the ship was last heard from, how far off it is from where that last transmission came from, and how long the distress call has been being broadcast.
The ISS Auerbach has been, yeah. So you start digging into that, maybe doing a little bit of research on the Apex files for the USS Auerbach. Did you want to try to like pull up a schematic or anything of it?
I think that would be secondary. I think
Okay.
the first thing we want to know is, since we're getting a distress call from it, and
Sure.
they refer to it as a previously lost vessel, I'd want to know more specifically how long it's been lost, where it went missing, and how long the distress call's been going out, and if there's anything in there other than just a general somebody come give us a hand with something.
All right. It went missing about 5 years ago. It was carrying a full complement of colonists. They were on their way to colonize a new planet called Marplex, Marplex. So it had all of the terraforming gear, all of the scientists and their family, because they were going to be the first colonists. So there stands to be some pretty lucrative terraforming gear, and then information, seeds, animal embryos, those kinds of things that you would need to kind of restart the beginning blocks of terraforming a planet. It is now about, I think, 15 light years. It is about 15 light years off course, and it has fallen into an orbit around the third moon of a gaseous planet, Spiril. So it's around the third moon of the gaseous planet Spiril, about 15 light years off course. You also asked, the distress beacon has been going off. Well, it was discovered having been going off about 3 months ago. So 3 months have passed before they could get someone in the neighborhood, and you guys were the closest ship. So you're in a pretty big, kind of like probably a medium-sized freighter. You've got some pretty good cargo hold, some decent engines. So you may not have been the absolute closest, but you were the closest that had any chance of doing any kind of recovery operation.
Okay. And then I guess I would ask of I kind of would forward that on to our technician, our mechanic, whatever the title is that he prefers, and just I'm not entirely familiar. Can you check and see? It's been quite some time since anybody heard from this ship. Is there any chance that they would have been equipped to keep people alive for this long?
You're talking to Chalmers, the technician, the Class 7 certified technician, certified on 17 different technology platforms across the entire set of systems that we operate in for Apex. Yes, I will answer to a mechanic, only under the understanding that I'm actually what I actually just said. But life support is designed only for long term. If there's cryo for everybody, it was a colony ship. Almost certainly there would have been a small skeleton crew that was left to surface things periodically, to service the ship. But largely, there was probably thousands of folks in CryoStore. That would be the typical model. So there's probably lots of people. They're probably all still frozen. There may be some people that the ship woke up 5 years ago when problems started. Would they still be alive potentially? Possibly.
Okay. And if something had gone wrong among that skeleton crew, there's a way for the ship to wake people up on its own.
Oh yeah.
Without somebody having to come in with a button.
What is this, the 23rd century?
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, those are the dark ages.
Hey, some of these ships get recycled, over and over and over again. People try to stretch budgets way too thin.
Well,
so we don't know how that ship could be on its 310th.
You got a point. It's an Apex Holdings craft, right? So, who knows what they supplied it with, but it's not in their interest to set them up for failure, put it that way. Failure costs money.
Okay. And can we tell from the distress? Is it just a general distress beacon, or is there some kind of message involved saying what the nature of the distress is?
Yeah, it's just the automated distress beacon. There's no special message. There's no recording or video. It's just the automatic distress beacon.
Hey, out of character, Navigator Kyle, what's your character name? I had failed to.
Sorry, Jason Clarke.
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 Beautiful. Keep going.
And so I guess has the autopilot already redirected us toward the coordinates of the distress beacon, or do we need to do that ourselves?
Yes, the autopilot has already started you in the process, and it's giving an ETA of about what would it be, 36 hours.
All right. So, Mr. Chalmers, if you wouldn't mind, we got about a day and a half before we can get out to this ship. If you could just, I don't know if you need to refresh at all any information you would need to get on the schematics of this colony ship, this model of colony ship, so that we know exactly what to look for when we get there. What is this the kind of thing that somebody would have to go in and manually activate the distress beacon, or can the ship do that on its own if it detects that there's something going
Hold
on?
your horses, Clarke. I'm looking up the specs right now. Jesus H.
I don't think you got a day and a half. You don't need to have it right this second. I just want to make sure that we're already awake.
I push a button on my fancy arm, and a hollow image comes up of the schematics for this class of ship, and some information that I was able to pull up from the Apex registry, that corresponds with the information that we were given. And so you have kind of like maybe a basic layout of the ship, or the basic scale of the ship anyway. I'm sure it's enormous.
Well, you go to do that because there's a Apex directory. You go to do that, and you click on the Auerbach, and it brings up like just some general details, like, it gives you the numbers, so many meters wide, so many meters long, X number of tonnage, but anything but just like base numbers, it all just says redacted. There's no picture, there's no layout. It doesn't even say, and it doesn't even list the one thing that has been redacted is the ship model. So you can't just say, oh, well, I'll look up another ship model. The ship model has been redacted. So if you would like to try
this thing's busted.
If you'd like to try to, if you'd like to try to hack the system and see if you can reverse that redaction, I would ask for
off the top of your head. Oh, I thought you would just snap your fingers and it'll all just be right.
Hold on a minute, Cookie. Just a minute. There's some jackball back at HQ has screwed things up again. Hold on a second.
Well, all of you have seen this happen before. It should just pop right up, and you see the file open up, but the picture just has the word redacted against it. If you would like to make one roll, Chalmers.
Yes, I would.
Go ahead and give me our first roll
I have
of
to
the
actually
evening.
do it. So that was syntax is exclamation mark and then D100.
D100. So he gets in there and he starts, typing away furiously at the keyboard, a little bit of sweat coming down from his brow. And after a few minutes, he is able to break through the encryption. I will mark out the 34. And you get the schematics of the ISS Auerbach. So I will now share with you. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right screen.
Ooh, that's a beauty.
So you're able to pull up the general layout of the ISS Auerbach.
It's like a pretty picture to me. You hear Kagin in the background say,
Does that schematic also, this is a colony ship. They're carrying not just supplies but also probably a large number, probably several hundred people. Is there a crew roster or a list of names of the people that they had aboard? Is that included in that schematic?
Yes, you are able to pull up a crew roster as well. Is there someone you're specifically looking for? Otherwise, it's just scrolls of names and ranks.
I just is there people listed as crew, and then how roughly how many colonists are supposed to be on board, so we know to check to compare that when we get there.
Okay, there were 30 colonists and their families. So there's probably a crew of about 50. We're going to say a crew of 50. They were going to stay on the Auerbach. Crew of 50, 30 colonists, and those colonists had families. Yeah, probably about. Obviously, some of the colonists were couples who had families, and some families were a little bigger than others, but all in told, about 90 people were going to be dropped off on Marplex to begin the colonization process. So 90 colonists, of which some were women, children, men, housewives, house husbands, and 30 crew members to keep the Auerbach going. Oh no, I'm sorry, not a 50 crew member. I'm sorry, I remember what I said. 50 crew member roster, and 90 colonists, of which 30 were the scientists and individuals that were going to be doing the work of setting up terraforming. And this would have been the first wave of terraforming. More equipment and more people would be showing up. These are just the heavy lifters, the guys that are going to get the first wave going.
Okay. And is there a cargo inventory?
Yes, you're able to get a cargo inventory as well.
Okay, I will kind of take a more cursory look at the inventory, and then kind of look back up at Chalmers and say, I imagine most of this equipment is fairly valuable. The amount of terraforming equipment left in the galaxy is probably not very big. I would think they would want to get some of this stuff back if we could.
Well, the question for me, out of character, is, do we have, so terraforming gear is big. Do we have the capacity to, remotely transfer any of that over here, or
You are not being tasked for the really big stuff, like the reactors. They want the seeds, the animal embryos, records and data, probably like the flight recorder box.
So
like what happened, what went wrong.
Supplies to restock another ship and things like that. Okay.
Right. Yeah, like the big like there's going to be like crates of construction material and like how to build biodomes, instant pop-up biodomes. They're reasonable. They want bring us back the seeds, bring us back the embryos, bring back the survivors, and then like data stores and things like that. There's not going to be any money. So it's mostly going to be things like that.
And our ability to communicate with HQ is going to take a long time for a transmission to come back, or if we...
It's near instantaneous. It takes an hour or two to bounce a signal back through relays and whatnot. So you can get a reasonably quick response, but not in the heat of the moment.
Let's just say that everyone is alive on that ship, right? We can't get all those people, I don't think, back anywhere. And we would have to put them all in cryo unless we were able to transfer. You tell me, right? I'm not quite sure of the scale of this ship compared to this other ship, but I know we don't have over 100 cryo units.
We may need to consider possibly triaging who needs to leave earliest and who we can possibly come back for, or send somebody else back for once we stabilize the situation. If we do get there, and as you so optimistically said, and everybody is still alive, there's going to be quite a bit of crew who I would imagine could, get the ship back to a point where it could fly itself away.
That's what we'll do.
And if not, then at the very least we can get everything stabilized. Get anybody who needs to immediately leave, take them with us to where we were going anyway, and then send somebody back who's more.
Look at
equipped than
us
we are.
thinking about this optimistically, like we're not all gonna hit some huge disaster.
Hope for the best, expect the worst.
Right.
You also included in the message from Apex is the coordinates to rendezvous with a passenger ship. So they've already got a passenger ship. So if you do find crew, you only have to keep them for about a week to a week and a half, and then you're going to rendezvous with a passenger ship, and you can hand them off after about a week and a half, and then continue on to go pick up your new captain and the rest of your crew. So
further ahead than I gave him credit for planning this, so I'm actually decently impressed.
Hey,
that they thought that far ahead.
They're Apex Incorporated. They're the top.
Well, that's relative. The top, if they're at the top of a very small pile, that still isn't all that much to work with. But even so, that's good foresight. Does the crew roster list the name of? Is there a captain or a pilot or whoever was the person in charge on the? Is it pronounced Auerbach?
Auerbach, yes. It does list the captain.
Okay.
The captain's name is Marcus Solomon. So the captain, Captain Marcus Solomon. He's gives his credentials: former military, lots of years flying, retired from the military, became, just started piloting and being the captain of for Apex, just as a, after coming out of the military, looking to retire he was looking to retire in about another, as of today's date, he was going to retire in another 3 years. So he was starting to wrap up the end of his
always the last one before your
employment.
retirement that goes wrong.
Hey.
Okay, and then does it say? And we this might be. I don't really know if this is like one of those famous disappeared ships, like a Mary Celeste type equivalent story. Do we know where the ship initially left from? Did it leave from Earth, or did it leave from some other colonized planet?
No, it would have left from a closer colonized planet. They probably, looking into it a little bit, they pooled individuals together at a deep space station, and then it launched from Deep Space Station 743. And then headed out to Marplex from there.
Okay. And then I want to also look for if there's like communication logs, if we can see what before the ship disappeared, what the last thing they said that reached anybody would have been, to see if that can tell us anything.
Let's see, what would the last log be?
That was sent by, that was received by Apex.
Right.
Yeah, the last communication they sent before it disappeared 5 years ago, that was never received by anybody, to see if maybe that, if they said, hey, we're going to do something maybe that we weren't expecting to have to do, or what, if anything was starting to go wrong at that point, or if it happened after that.
Sure. Checking in on that, things that stand out a little bit are, there was, they did come into a meteor shower and ended up hitting their fuel tanks, so they had to deviate by a couple of months to hit another star base in order to get repairs and refueled. After that, they continued on their way for about 6 months at light speed, and then the last transmission is they were coming into contact with they were picking up something on their sensors. The skeleton crew was picking up something on their sensors, and they were starting to change course to go around this unknown object. So some UFO. They were changing course. It was going to add on like another 3 or 4 days to just kind of go around this object, and then that's the last thing heard.
All right. So I'm gonna start working on to see if I can plot what I would think in my estimate of what path the ship might have taken after we lost contact with it, to see if I can figure out if it would have encountered anything, or how it got to so far off course from where it's supposed to be. And I'll start. I imagine that wouldn't be something I can do in like 5 minutes. I would probably need some time to draw that up.
Sure. You start figuring out the calculations, and again, it's off. It's been lost for 5 years, so it's pretty far off course. But yeah, you get a pretty good an idea of what kind of course, what the planets and systems that it's gone near. Nothing too special, nothing too remarkable. So just various planets recording no life.
Okay, I will. I'll take what all information that I can take, and I will sit down in if there's a pilot chair on the bridge of
Sure.
our freighter.
On the bridge?
I'll sit down there and just make sure we're on course for it.
All right. Clarke sits down and starts.
A day and a half to get there, something like that.
Clarke sits down and starts doing some calculations, pulling up star charts, investigating various planets to see if there's anything interesting or weird that that the Auerbach came across. Anybody else have any other preparation they want to do?
Okay, so other than just basically making sure all my weapons are good, I'm also
Right.
going over the ship's weapons and all that to make sure they're in operational, and all that kind of stuff in good shape and ready to go. Checking all ammunition for those particular weapons, phasers, whatever they got, for the ship itself.
Yeah.
So,
And being a deep space cargo vessel, you guys do have a limited amount of weapons, but not anything like super powerful. Things that deter fighters, things to break up asteroids, but nothing that would want to take on a star destroyer or
no.
a battleship class starship. So, but something to defend yourself, to discourage fighters, to break up asteroids, things like that. If you had to do something.
And Kagin, I would probably have also asked you to at some point if a colony ship had come under attack from something, what capability would that ship have had to possibly defend itself? Would it have had some kind of rudimentary weapons too?
Well, Kagin will answer, and he will tell you that colony ships do have one heavy gun mount on the top. So there is one heavy blaster, and then kind of just more of the same of those light caliber blasters in various points around to be able. So they just got more than what you did, but one heavy blaster up on top. So a little bit more defensive, but not in a grand scale. Still not a military vessel.
Right.
Okay.
On my side, I'm going to be assembling some expected kits. I know about their drive tech, and I'm just getting some gear prepared and checking back some 6-packs, and thinking about the bonus that we're going to get for this, and which I don't think was ever actually mentioned, but any type of duty like this, it's just maritime law, right, that there would be a bonus involved here. It goes without saying. So, I have speculated, over dinner, right, to everybody, because this conversation, I'm sure, has come up. What happened? What do we think happened? And, well, there was that damage they took on, and those yahoos back at, what was it, 237? No, we don't know. I'm sorry, we don't know what. I guess we probably would know where they got diverted to for repairs, but I know the guy that runs ops over there. Oh my God, I wouldn't trust that guy to touch my hovercraft, right? So who knows what happened? They probably busted something or put in some kind of fuse that blew out and lost power. Luckily, they ran into an orbit around a gas giant, or who knows where they'd be. We might have never found them. That's probably what's going on. I suspect that we're going to get over there, we're going to find those folks, and, well, they're probably all going to be dead. honestly, because something like that goes that sideways. It's hard to keep all those cryo units running. Could be wrong. Could be some crazy kind of something else going on. Some type of computer virus took over the ship from the Navigator, like yourself. I'm sure that hasn't ever happened before, right? Maybe they didn't lose power. It's hard to say.
Well, if they were all dead, and that had happened at some point during the last 5 years, then what would have triggered the distress call to go off now, or 3 months ago?
Well, it was
however
just
long
yeah. So it was detected some months ago, and then
3 months ago
we just
they
right.
finally just got
right.
here to, yeah. But they went some amount of time having heard nothing, and then suddenly, 3 months ago, there's the distress call. So somebody or something had to have triggered that.
Maybe it just got into range.
It could be too much
pick it
interference
up.
from the gas giant. It's pretty common. All kinds of radio
Yeah.
waves and radiation coming off those bad boys. It's a miracle the signal got out at all. Who knows, right? Maybe they're floating around a black hole or something. Who knows what's going on? But I'm telling you, if we get over there and those folks are alive, I am going to pay you guys 100 credits straight up. That's what I'm putting down.
There's a fine line. There's a fine line between regular old weird space shit happening and crackpot conspiracy theories. No ship's ever gone through a black hole and
I didn't say they went in and survived.
Even just the ship being intact.
They could be in orbit around one. I knew this guy who's whatever, man.
I'm sure you knew a guy who told you a lot of things.
I smashed it against my forehead.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't mean any of that is reputable or plausible.
And I light it. I light a
I'm
cigar
sure-
with my
I'm
fusion
sure-
arc welder.
In my experience, unfortunately, reality is often far less interesting than myth or rumor, and so we're probably going to get there, and odds are we'll find out. I don't know, the cryogenics and life support malfunctioned, and everybody died of carbon monoxide poisoning, and there's just a ship full of decaying, died of natural causes corpses just floating in space like a big
Hopefully they're in their
mausoleum.
cryo chambers, dead. But all right, yeah. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
whether it's
somebody out there walking around, there's gonna be at least one or two just laying there.
so
on
you're
the floor.
you're on my plan. You think they're all dead? All right, Kagin, what about you?
If they are all dead, I think that's far more likely than they got sucked into a black hole or something.
Okay, what is it with the sucked into a black hole? I just said they were orbiting a black hole. Who knows what's going on? Who knows?
Nothing. You don't just orbit a black hole. Black holes just keep sucking everything in till they.
What kind of
There's nothing
navigator
left.
are you? Of course you can orbit a black hole.
Says, I'll take that bet there, Chalmers.
All right, baby, put them down. Put your money down. I got 100 right here.
Put 100 down. There's going to be at least 10 alive.
There's not
They're
going
not
to be
all
a
gonna be
soul.
dead.
There's not going to be a soul.
Okay.
And just to clarify, the report that you got from Apex did say that it is in orbit around the third moon of a gas giant. So you do know that it's not supposed to be
Black
orbiting
hole.
a black
Maybe
hole.
the gas giant's orbiting a black hole.
Well, possibly.
I mean, the whole
All right.
galaxy is orbiting a giant black hole.
If we get there and I have any narrative agency, there's a black hole.
All right.
What's the thing with you in black
That's a
holes?
thing now. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Maybe he's remembering the old Disney
That's a great
movie.
Well, it's not a great movie, but it's
All right.
memorable.
or Event Horizon.
Yeah, another memorable,
All right.
but not great. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if there isn't any other prep that you need to do or want to investigate, we're going to advance the clock a little bit. So you guys start preparing, going over weapons, going over equipment, checking batteries, recharging. I think Clarke was investigating the path, getting a navigation path from where it deviated to where it is now. And we're gonna move up about 33 hours. So you're just a couple hours out from the ISS Auerbach. You're starting to be like within sensor range. You can actually start getting like some sensor scans of the Space Hulk. So give you guys a chance to do any last minute prep before and decide on how you're going to approach.
I do have a question about the universe. We don't have
Sure.
magical teleportation beams, or we do have magical teleportation beams.
There are teleporters. Your ship is not equipped with them.
Of course not.
Inconvenient.
The
Inconvenient.
ISS Auerbach had one, but it was going to have to land because it was just one small teleporter. It was not going to be able to transport all of the stuff, so it was meant to land on planet and lift off again. So there is one, but you would need someone to operate it on the other side. So they won't be able to transport you in unless someone is awake and alive and they have environmental on there.
Right.
So.
Oh, that was gonna be my other. I'm sorry. That was my other question of Chalmers. Were there? I don't know if this ship was actually equipped to land, or if they had shuttles to take stuff down to the planet's surface with, or if it had like escape pods that people might have evacuated in, that we could check for. Would it have been equipped with
There's
anything
always
like
pods, but it sounded like it was designed to land to deploy the heavy equipment. So it is something that they would land, probably scrap the parts on it to build the colony, and I mean, it's hard to say, but
well, it sounded like they had crew that would then stay on the ship and fly it back to wherever it came from.
Know.
So
I don't think
a lot of these bigger ships are built in space and then flown back and forth, and they never actually can land on a planet because it's too unwieldy. There's no really any place to put it, and to take off would take way too much fuel. It would be cost prohibitive.
I don't think they use fuel.
Is this one of those ships that's so big that they're gonna have some other like smaller vehicle to land people
Well,
with?
it almost certainly I assume that it has some type of shuttle, right? It should be on the information that we have also, so we can just ask. But I also assume that we have a shuttle, because a hauler with our kind of engines and capacity typically wouldn't land either. There's got to be some smaller craft that we have access to. I assume that we would, if we needed to land somewhere or go on shore leave or whatever, we would take that rather than the entirety of the ship.
Okay, so to answer all of those questions, yes, the Manticore does have a smaller shuttle. It is an 8-man shuttle. You guys are typically a crew of between 6 or 7. So there is one 8-man shuttle that you guys have access to. The Manticore does have 8 escape pods as well, which are completely separate from the shuttle. So one 8-man shuttle, 8 escape pods, and probably living quarters for probably about a dozen people, just because it's mathematically the way bunks are done. They come in 6s. So you've got bunks for 12 people, shuttle for 8, and escape pods for 8. But your typical crew size is between 6 and 7. So you're always got a little bit extra. The ISS Auerbach, it was designed as a colony ship to land on the planet, and what ends up happening is, you are right, it would normally be fuel prohibitive for it to lift off again. The plans for these type of colony ships are it lands, debarks all of the equipment and everything, and then the crew sticks around for anywhere between a couple of weeks to maybe a month or two, and they have to wait for what's called a drag ship. And that's just what they're colloquially called. What it is basically a ship that is just one big tractor beam. So rather than bringing more fuel or having to have it lift off or carry enough fuel to lift off, these drag ships just make their way around the galaxy, and they just keep going from planet to planet to planet and pulling off these colony ships or cargo freighters that land, debark everything, and then they engage these super tractor beams and just jerk the ship right off of the planet, rather than having to have it burn through all the fuel to get back into outer space.
6 alive.
So, yeah. So there are specialized drag ships that run around, like just run around the galaxy pulling giant freighters off of planets.
Right. Fishing for spaceships. Cool.
Kind of, sorta.
Yeah. Okay. Are we within like visual or communication range of the ship at this point? Okay.
Yes. So you're just an hour or two out. You can start getting scans of the ship. You can start communicating and pinging and all that things.
Yeah,
so I imagine that's exactly what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Is
I'm starting to start to run like every scan I can think of. If I can even just like see it, if there's like a window on our ship that I can just straight up get a look at it through. Scanning for life signs, outgoing communications, anything at all.
Absolutely. On just a cursor, as you engage your systems just on a cursory scan of the ship, what you find is it does have a couple of holes, but the holes were pretty isolated. Manual airlocks and things have been engaged to seal those parts off. So there's a couple of pockets here and there. There's probably about 4 or 5 pockets in various places along the Auerbach. Let me know if you guys want to see the schematic again. I've still got it. There's about 4 or 5 different places where there's little pockets that have been manually sealed off. So it could have structural integrity. One thing you do know is there is a low level of radiation coming off of this. So either it encountered something radioactive, it's gone through something radioactive, or the engine core might be leaking radiation. Looking at the trajectory that you plotted, nothing matches up. Like, it didn't cross anything. It didn't cross a nebula. It didn't cross through an atmosphere that would have irradiated the ship. So nothing in its flight path to get to here would have irradiated it. Giving off low levels of radiation, I imagine you kind of kick the comms off, like do some hails, try to see if you can raise anybody on there.
Yeah.
There is like kind of look at it, examine it, play it back, and there is some kind of anomaly. There's something there, but either the radiation or the low power level, you do notice that that the engines are effectively off. Like, it's got running lights. Environmental is below like sustainable. Like, someone wouldn't be able to be conscious at the level. It's very, very low environmental irradiated, and you are getting something. There's some kind of transmission or something coming. If somebody would like to try to clear it up, see if you can get something, I would ask for a roll.
I think that would be on me. So I will try to roll for that. I mean, I'm the one sitting here trying to look at it, so I probably would
absolutely
go ahead and try to do it. Okay.
And it does look like we've got a picture of the Auerbach in our chat, so if you need to reference back to that.
Okay.
All right. So you do a little bit of cleaning up and taking a look at that. Let me jump back to my notes right quick. Where did I put my notes? There it is. So yeah, you start putting some filters on it, start compensating for the various radiation that's in there, and you start to hear a voice. It's like, the research. And this voice sounds a little bit familiar to you, Clarke. I believe there was someone that you were hoping to run into.
Yeah, that's why I was scanning through the crew roster. Does it sound like the person that I think it is?
It is the person. Would you like to? Or yeah, what is their name?
They're listed under a different name in the crew roster. The name I know them by is Nathan Clarke. They're listed in the crew roster as not one of the colonists, as a member of the 50-man crew, under the name Daniel Martin. And so I recognize the voice, but I saw they were listed in there not as the name I know them by, but as a name that I know that they've used sometimes when they don't want to use their real name.
Absolutely. But yeah, it is indeed your brother's voice.
Okay. Can I do anything to clean that up or get any of the corruption out of that? Or
Yeah,
is it
the best
radiation
yeah,
that's messing it up?
you've pulled all the tricks, you've dedicated some resources, and yeah, that's as good as it gets. You just get some I re e e r and that's about as good.
I'll try a couple of times to get that to work any better, and I'll just kind of like smack the console and
Yeah.
swear, and I'll open a thing to Chalmers and say, hey, looks like we've got a couple of hull breaches. Do we have environmental suits prepared for when we have to actually get on board?
I lean over the back of his shoulder because I'm standing right there, and I say, "Yeah, you know it, kid.
Fuck.
That guy looks a lot like you.
No, there's no.
He
There's
sounds
no
a lot
picture,
like
it's just
you.
a voice.
I got one of those voices, you know.
Ashes from my cigar fall onto your shoulder.
Damn it, kid. Were you seriously
Oh,
raising
sorry,
fucking
kid. Sorry,
barn?
sorry.
What is the matter with you?
Right, yeah, try as you might. It's the radiation and the various things are just not. It doesn't get any cleaner.
We're gonna need something to protect us from radiation, and also it looks like there's parts of the ship that have hull breaches, so we're gonna need oxygen. Do we have environmental suits prepared
You
that
know,
we can
kid.
use?
They're already loaded.
Perfect.
All right.
All right. Let's get over there.
How would you like to approach? So the lower deck, deck 1 has a docking area and the cargo. Deck 2 is operations and medical, and 3 is crew quarters, the hydroponic garden, and
So, hey, just
R&R.
real quick, these scans we got that, are here, I guess, or
Mhm.
somewhere. There's holes, there's punctures, there's pressure loss, etc. There was a lot of people who but I don't remember if we had a life sign read on anybody, if we scanned for anything along those lines or not.
doing a life sign scan of the ship comes back inconclusive because of the radiation So there are some things that might be, but they are and then they aren't. So like running the
What kind of
scan a
radiation
second
we talking
time.
about? This some type of weird freaky radiation, or just high dose of
If you would like a little bit
I would think that'd
like
be
to
your
dig into that.
purview.
Well, I'm looking
Yeah, if
at
you'd
it.
like to dig
I'm
into
looking
that,
at the
I would ask
screen.
for a
Like,
roll.
what's the radiation computer? The computer says pull.
Well, I was about to come ask you that before you came up here and.
Yeah, I've been here for
creepy and shit.
hours. 100.
Yep, you can.
Boom.
So, all right. So yeah, doing some analysis of the type of radiation, you figure out that radiation is the type that would be coming from the engines. So it is likely some kind of damage to the engines that have caused this. You are a specialist in
Sakharov drives.
Soccer.
Class 5.
What class?
Class 5.
Was it class 5? Okay. So this is a Sakharov drive that's on the Auerbach. It's not a class 5. It's a class 15, which is the kind they put in the colony ship. And yeah, it doesn't take you very long because you're so familiar with the Sakharov drives. That is the specific frequency of the radiation from that drive system.
Any hull breaches that detected
speak?
in engineering?
In engineering specifically, there is one hull breach in engineering. It would be in the upper right-hand corner of the engineering section if you're looking at the diagram. And that would be right at about the top of the Sakharov drive. So the Sakharov drive would be mounted vertically, basically exactly where the word engineering is, would be the vertical mount of the Sakharov drive. and right about at the top of it, there was a hole, and the manual, you can, from the scans, you can tell that the manual airlocks have kicked in to seal that off.
Where on that schematic would the bridge be?
The bridge would be near operations, so it would be the leftmost part of deck 2, closest to the nose.
So like the part that's blacked out?
When you pulled up near that part where it's blocked out.
Okay. And I probably should have asked this before. I'm only thinking of it now, but is that normal for that part of the schematic to be all black, or is that being put up? Like something is redacted there?
It is specifically labeled hull reinforce. All those two spaces, the space on deck 2 and deck 1, according to the schematic, are labeled as hull reinforcement.
Okay. Well, it looks like then the only place really we could get on board is through the deck 1 docking area, unless Chalmers knows something about this ship that I don't.
Well, we could peel away that that seal pretty easily, but I'm more curious as to, is there some pattern to these holes, or is it just random different sizes? Is there scorch marks that they were attacked with energy beams or missiles, or what are we looking at? Is this battle damage, or is this, what are we looking at here? We know they had big rocks hit them in the past, but they wouldn't have made these holes. These holes would have not been left unpatched at the facility. Yeah.
Right. They docked for repairs and refueling, so they would have been patched up. They wouldn't have left dock with these holes in them. There doesn't seem to be a pattern to them. There's two on deck 3, one towards the nose and one towards the middle. There's the one in the upper right-hand corner of engineering. There's one in the bottom blacked out hull reinforcement section. So on deck 1, coming from the bottom near the nose, there's one there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and the fifth one is, where was the fifth one? Oh, the fifth one was deck 2. Right on deck 2 before engineering. So on it says security clearance error. So right under the error on deck 2 is a hole there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's the 5. So one in the hull reinforcement on deck 1, one in the rightmost part of deck 2 in front of engineering, the upper right-hand corner of engineering, the middle of deck 3, and the front forward near the nose of deck 3.
And how big are the openings? Is this like an opening that you could walk a person through, or is it like the size of like a basketball?
Or a bus?
Most of them are about. Let's see. What is the one in? The one in deck 2 is probably about the size of a basketball. That one's pretty small. But the other 4 are about the size of like a single man escape pod. So they're about that size.
Okay.
Okay, but you're not. These are clearly not berths for single man escape pods.
No, all the escape pods are located. Let's see where it would be. I think all the escape pods are located either on the very top, just above deck 3, so going out that way, or below deck 1, going down.
Scans indicate those are there, or they are not there. Or...
Scans indicate 25% of the escape pods have been launched.
Oh. Well. Are those single man escape pods? So they only take one person each?
No, they're 5-man escape pods.
Okay. So,
but there were 100. You knew there were 140 people on board, but they have escape pods for 300.
Okay.
Because colony ships can, be transporting a wide variety of physical people versus equipment.
So potentially that's up to half the total number of people could have possibly gotten.
Kagin, you want to go ahead and pay up? They launched that many pods, there's no way anybody's left alive over there. And those poor saps in those pods, they died ages
Not
ago.
paying yet till we
What's that?
get in there.
Well, I was gonna say,
When we get in there, we'll see.
if they did launch those pods, where would they have ended up? Are they just floating around in space? You know, with
They're
with
probably in
skeletons
that
inside?
gas giant.
Probably. Or that, or they
Or
they
black
crashed
hole.
into the moon, or the ship just left them behind.
There's that black hole
it's
again.
15 light years between where they are and where they last communicated. So those things
lot
could
of
be
drift.
anywhere.
So doing the math right quick. So I said there were 5-man escape pods. They could go up to 3 crew of 300. So that means there were 60 physical escape pods, and I think I said 25% of them had been launched. So that is 15 out of the 60 that have launched.
And that's
If
about
if you want
75
numbers.
people, potentially 75 people could have gotten off.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Well, unless anybody objects, I'm not going to try to fly our shuttle into one of those holes. I don't think it's big enough. It's small enough anyway. I'm going to just go to the regular docking bay on deck 1 and see if we can get that to open. I don't know if we can.
I
get
got
that
it.
to
I
open
got it.
from
I
the
got it.
outside,
Just
but we
park
can
it over
search
there. I'll do the EVA and I'll get it open. No worries.
All right. Okay. All right.
Oh, and Kagin.
All right.
There's no reason to bring any bullets. Ha!
He's fucking with you. You can bring
Hey,
whatever. you
I'm
think
bringing
is
what
gonna
I
be necessary.
normally bring.
Yeah, and I'll stop by my personal locker. I've got like a sidearm that I keep in there.
We're
and
equipped
I'll
in the
strap
shuttle.
that
We
on
got
just in case.
Yeah,
supplies in the shuttle with us for any eventuality.
Mhm.
I'm just going to assume that the technician is going to have a wide range of tools and things to try to help him, both between his robotic arm and through his toolkit. What kind of sidearms or special equipment is anyone bringing?
I've got my sidearm strapped on like a belt. I've got I'm bringing a copy of every bit of information that we have about the ship, schematics, crew roster, inventory, the layout of the thing. Did they include any kind of like the captain's access codes in case we need to get into something, or do we not have that?
Yeah, they didn't include that.
Okay.
Is your sidearm, is it ballistic or energy?
I'd say it's energy.
Energy. All right, so some kind of energy pistol.
Yeah, something like
All
that.
right, sounds good.
Or, well, actually, let's take a step back. It's probably whatever the standard issue is for military sidearm. I'm not sure what that would be.
Standard military sidearm probably would be an energy pistol.
Okay, yeah, that's probably what it is. And it looks like it's not new, but it's well taken care of.
Mhm.
I'll take that. I'll take the box in my locker that I've got sealed. I'll kind of shove that in a pocket somewhere, and kind of like pat it, make sure I know I have it close by, and then just all the information I have about the ship, because I'm gonna just need to get into whatever systems I possibly can once we get in there.
You upload that onto your data pad? All right,
Yeah.
sounds good. Kagin, any special equipment or weapons that you're bringing with you?
Well, like I said, I've got an energy pistol, I've got an energy rifle, and just for old time's sake, I got a katana.
All right.
I'm kind of sentimentalist.
It's amazing.
Not
Dr.
an
Manhattan
energy,
is samurai.
not an energy blade, a regular old metal
Just a
blade.
regular old katana. Yeah,
Yep.
It's not energy. It's not
Although it's probably made of some metal, like some space
from my
metal.
planet, of
Or anything.
course.
Yeah.
Unobtainium.
That's great.
Yeah.
Alright.
And then, like I said, the one information on my thing that I'm looking for, and where it would, you know what I'm talking about.
You've got the name, and you can look up on the crew, and you can see exactly what
Right. where his berth was and all
Yeah,
that.
where his berth was.
Because he had a private room.
Yep. Yeah, you've got the coordinates for that. All right.
Okay.
I see that Brad may have stepped away for just a moment. We'll give him just a moment. If he
He's got
doesn't,
a whole box of cigars. We know that.
box of cigars. That's good.
I was gonna ask, whatever like environmental protection gear that we have on, do those come with like flashlights and radios and that kind of stuff? So that those are probably standard, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's fine. Your environmental suit, you can either have a handheld flashlight, and there's probably lights on your helmet as well.
Mine's on the helmet. I got to keep my hands free.
I'd probably have like a mag light, like one of those kind of tactical flashlights. Probably have one of those.
Sounds good. And Chalmers, any special equipment or anything that you're bringing
Got a
with us?
standard head-mounted technician's lamp. I've got a standard head-mounted technician's high-intensity beam, IR, and visual. I've got my standard suite of scanners and diatomic radiation detectors and the standard gear you need for working on machinery, so that sort of thing. I've got a bunch of spare quartz grafted crystals just in case we need something like that down in engineering. I always carry some of those. Just the usual stuff.
All right, all the various repair and implements that you're going to need. I was writing a couple of notes. Did you say that you were bringing any kind of firearms with you, or just all repair gear and just equipment?
No, unless there's a standard issue firearm for crew, I don't have a gun. But if there is, sure.
Like the equivalent of a baseball bat wrapped in barbed
What's that?
wire.
Apex being what Apex is, they don't issue weapons necessarily, but you can certainly get them. They offer a employee discount if you want to purchase an Apex branded blaster.
I'll have one, but
so
I
you
don't
can
expect
certainly have
to draw it, and I'm not very good with it.
Sure.
Yeah.
A
So
light
the things
blaster
of
pistol.
note, though,
Sounds
I mean,
good.
we all have EV suits, and in the shuttle that have been loaded, and I'm expecting, based on what I've already said, to get out and do the manual door opening thing.
All right, sounds good. All right. So words are hard. You said you're going to take the 8-man shuttle to connect with the docking bay.
Yeah, and I imagine there's some way we can make the Manticore stay where it is in the meantime, so it doesn't, start drifting away on us. Probably put it in geosynchronous orbit with the moon, so it stays in one fixed location to come back to, and then we.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we want to stay in synchronous orbit with the other ship, right? Yeah.
Right, because the Auerbach is actively orbiting the moon, so you can,
figure out a way to stay the same distance away from it, and also not leave the orbit of this moon, so that we can get back.
Sure.
With the shuttle.
Yeah, you set the parameters on the autopilot, and it takes up a synchronized orbit to maintain a steady distance, and you can signal the autopilot to bring the ship closer, but it only bring it so close. But then you're in the 8-man shuttle to get back and forth between them.
Yeah.
All right.
And I will take that shuttle out and drive that little thing right up to the right up to the docking bay and see if it's open, see if it opens for us like it's supposed to, or if we have to go and bust it open ourselves.
Okay. So just to make sure, everybody's going to go in the shuttle, right? No one's staying back on the ship.
We're all going. We're all geared up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just checking.
We're all going.
Yeah, all of us three are going.
Right, which is the entire crew, because you're in between crews right now. All right, so everybody piles into the shuttle. You pilot it over there. Normally, when you take a shuttle from one ship to another, it's usually a pretty easy process, but that's because there's someone actively on the other side, operating the airlocks and giving you a little bit of like flight direction in order to dock easily. So there's a little interaction between them. Since you're not getting any signals, you've tried to hail that person on the comms again and haven't gotten any response. You're going to have to do this without the assistance from the other ship. So I'm going to ask for 2 rolls to try to get a dock and a seal, and to not damage the ship. So to get a successful, I'll ask for 2 rolls.
Okay. I'll roll one, and I think, Chalmers, since you're trying to open the thing, I think you should roll one
I
too,
think you should do it
just
both.
so nobody's having to roll twice. You want me to do them both? All right. Sure.
Ooh, I dodged that one.
Got 44.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because we had a 46 and a 45.
Shit.
Cluster. Cluster.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Yeah,
All nice and grouped together.
Yeah, so
Nice
for those
little
people
group.
at home, we rolled a
It
46
likes
earlier, a 44, and then now a 45.
And a 45.
Yeah.
5. Cool.
Hey, if this
Good.
was
Off to a
target
great
practice,
start.
you'd be doing really good. That's nice tight
Yeah.
grouping. You also
But we're
previously
not.
rolled a 34, which is right on top of the.
I just
44.
Just as a side note, as we approach, I'm gonna turn to Kagin, and as we're looking out at the husk of this ship, and just say, Kagin, do your people have any are there any stories in your culture about ghost ships or haunted houses? Because I'm starting to get a feeling
Hey!
about this
What
place that
what
we're
what
about
are you
to
gonna bring that
walk
up for
into.
now? I'm over the over the suit. I'm like, what are you doing?
And
Where
I'm
do you get
sure
it now?
everybody,
When we're not on
every
board yet.
race has the stories.
Yeah, this is starting to look like one of those type of situations. Just the hackles on the back. of
No,
your
man,
neck
no,
are going
they're dead. They're dead. They're not floating around haunting the place. They're just dead. It's all good.
And
up.
just real quick
You're not at all weirded out by this, even a little bit. This is like finding. I mean, this thing has been gone for 5 years. Anything at all could have happened to it, and we're gonna be the first people to step onto it since 15
I
years
don't
from
get
here.
any. I'm not any more creeped out by
And I'm-
this than I am one of those cemetery ships, or back top side. You drive past graveyards all the time. It's a little unfortunate for these poor bastards, right? But thank God it wasn't us.
Fair enough.
Or those poor suckers out in the escape pods. Holy.
Mm-hmm.
And just to remind both our audience and our players, everyone has 2 hit points. You can repeat a number once and be fine. Something bad will happen if you repeat a number, but you can repeat a number once. When you repeat the second time, that will be the scene where we'll be narrating some evil and gratuitous violence.
Brad
all right.
will die.
Cool.
So you could, takes a little bit. It's pretty bumpy. There, nice solid impact, but nothing's broken. You're able to engage the mag locks. You get a seal, and you're able to enter into the docking arena from your shuttle.
I've kind of got
Go
like
first.
the white knuckle grip on the throttle, just kind of going, God damn, this is so much easier when someone is helping from the other side. Fuck.
Language.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're one to talk about language right now.
Yeah,
And
it
we'll,
may be 19K high definition cameras, but it's just never as good as having a little bit of help.
Yeah, well, the ship and its inertial dampeners can only do so much for you if the other ship isn't cooperating.
Right.
I'm used to having somebody on the other end making this a little bit less bumpy. It's like trying to drive down the highway in reverse.
All right. So it's a short little docking pipe or ramp to the outside, to the hull of the ISS Auerbach, and you're looking at the docking bay door, and it's closed, and they're very low level of electricity because you had subpar, sub-sustainable environmentals. So there is a little bit of electricity in the pad, but if anyone has the code, you can certainly enter in the code. Oh, no one has the code? Who would like to roll to try to hack open the door to try to gain
Chalmers, that's all
access?
you, buddy. I'm not going to try to do that.
Okay.
I just
I was
thing.
put on this earth for this kind of shit.
I mean, the other option would be just prying the door open and
Can't.
having a.
Well, actually, can I
A whole
ask before we
reach.
do this? Have we
Go.
gone? Are we actually on the ship now? We just can't get out of the docking bay, or are we still sitting outside and the door is shut? and
You're
having-
sitting outside and the door is shut.
Okay. So this is your EVA moment right
Well,
now.
you
that
mentioned
you're-
a
that
seal,
you're
so I
And-
assumed that we had like a docking collar.
You've got a seal on the outside of the Auerbach over a doorway that's meant.
Right. So
to
I'm
go
not
through.
in vacuum, but I am wearing a suit. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Right.
So this is us.
Standing next to him, so in case something
Right.
goes
And-
boogie.
And just as a reminder, if any, as we're going along, if you ever want to find something, we can negotiate for things you find or things that might be there. So feel free to if you want something to be in the environment
Feel
or find
free-
something,
feel
just let
free
me
to
know. We'll work
request
through that.
pulls.
And absolutely. Or if you feel like something's about to jump you, if you want to be extra aware, let me know and we'll negotiate what that will
All right,
involve
here's
as
get-
well. All right, so
Well, I'm
We're
extra
hacking
aware,
the door.
so
Boom.
all right, so
There you go.
all right.
Keep out of those 40s.
They're all.
You're hitting a lot of
they're all
fours, 24, 34, 44. All right, so you maybe pull out a cable from your arm, plug it into the keypad, do a little bit. We start seeing it come to crackle to life, and slowly but surely, the door slides open, and you see a dark docking bay.
All right. Headlamp probably already on. Okay. All right. We got the seal. We're opened. We're secured to the ship through some kind of clamp or something, right? So go inside. I'm gonna look for
I will.
lights, power.
Yep. I'll move the shuttle into the actual ship. Hopefully, there's something we can close behind us, so there's not the vacuum isn't exposed to the inside of the ship, the whole time. I don't know how that thing works, but I'll pull into the docking bay. Land
Well, do
the
we need to
shuttle,
do that though? I mean,
connect whatever I need to-
we've got a secure collar over to the ship. We can get in. We can get out. It just seems like it complicates things if we actually land inside of it.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what the situation was. Yeah, if we've just got we can go out from the shuttle and into the ship without having to actually move the shuttle inside.
That's what I'm
that
imagining
worked.
here.
If it's like the International Space Station where you pull up and you just kind of dock with it and you can leave and go on board, I'll just do that. I won't bother.
Well,
trying
a
to
lot
put
of-
the whole shuttle inside.
Go ahead.
For right now, you've got a human-sized door open, so you've got to.
Let's just leave it at that, so
Sure.
we can. Yeah, that's probably
As-
easier to leave quickly if we need to anyway.
Sure. As you look around inside the cargo bay, the thing that you notice immediately as your light pans around, kind of looking around, is various boxes and bits of metal and things are just kind of floating and are suspended in the room. So as you start to step through the door, you can tell the gravity is off. So it's a 0G state inside the Auerbach.
And there's no light. There's no emergency light or anything. inside?
There are emergency lightings, but it's so dim and maybe burnt out. Various bulbs have been burnt out, so there's little pockets of light, but
Right,
they're
so
not super
we
helpful.
are prepared for this eventuality because this is a common problem with ships that have power outages. So our boots will have some magnetic. There's some technology that technicians have, and probably what we all have, that would allow us to go in and not float around. Is that true? It's the 27th century. We have.
Yes, and unfortunately, Apex is cheap, so they have not sprung for you guys to have the updated mag boots. You've got lights, environmental suits, but you get to free float through
Okay.
the 0G.
Okay.
So are we just kind of
Trained in,
push ourselves along the
zero
wall?
G though.
Yeah, or
We're
just kind
fighting.
of push ourselves along the wall like we're swimming?
Yeah, you're just going to be like swimming and pushing off of various things, and kind of looking around. There are just things like float. I mean, they're obviously more or less stationary or floating
I
very
am
slowly.
going to insist, though, that
across.
as a technician who operates on spaceships, that there must be some common device that would act like a magnetic clamp that one could toss or shoot and then reel oneself over to somewhere and secure oneself to something, because otherwise this is like hundreds and hundreds of years of doing this and nobody bothered to solve this basic problem. Gotta be something. You're like, nope.
Sure, so you're asking to have a device? Absolutely.
Yes, I'm asking for a device.
I would let you have that kind of a device. Yeah, you shoot out a cord and it attaches, and then you could like reel it in to
so
pull
I'm
yourself across the
imagining
room.
this as like a stick sort of thing with a coil of cable and like a magnetic thing. Yeah. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, and it can be reusable. I'll call that one roll. So some kind of reusable. All right, 32.
These are all kind of clumping together
All right.
in a curious way. Except that
in a fun way.
I'll look around and say, any chance we can get the lights and the
that's my
gravity
first
turned
priority,
back on?
Chief.
All right. So you're probably headed over to engineering.
I'm going to see if I can
try
get
to
it. If I'm going to see
bring back
first
up
if
the
I can
power.
get into one of the panels here and get any type of access, and if so, we don't have to go anywhere else.
All right. You spend a couple of minutes trying to interface with it, and yeah, everything is. You do find out that you can bring the gravity back up and probably bring life support and the power back up to a functional level, but all of that's going to have to be done from engineering. You not being listed as a crew member, you're not able to get access to those functions from out in the docking bay, but you can do it from engineering.
Okay. All right. No big surprise, Clarke. We're going to have to make our way to engineering. We have very limited access here, and we're going to have to go back to the core. So, it's this way. We're got to go up this gangplank here. Got to do this. Got to do the thing. Cut through the thing. And you remember that diagram. And then there's going to be this part. And who knows what we're going to find along the way. But I bet it's going to be a bunch of dead guys.
You're just
Said
looking.
before, I bet
I got
none.
$100
guys
right
here
now.
somewhere.
All right. So, pardon me. I had to stretch my leg for just a second. So Chalmers starts firing his little magnetic grappling cord and dragging himself towards engineering. Are the rest of you just kind of like free floating or hanging on to him?
Hang on to him.
little human chain. Yeah. I think we probably either, if we don't have the same equipment that he had, we probably would be doing that. Or like using the line that he fired.
It makes sense that we all have something along those
lines,
lines, right?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I would
All right.
also be, in the meantime, you're kind of letting him find his way to engineering and just kind of following behind him. I'm going to be looking around, just seeing if I happen to notice anything, any of the equipment or any sign of anything, happening in here. That might explain why everything is turned off. Any bodies floating around, keeping count for whatever wager he's got going on there being corpses inside. But I'm just gonna have one flashlight beam and seeing if I can see anything in here anywhere.
Yeah, you guys have got your heads on a swivel. You're looking left and right and all that. And Kagin, I'm gonna need a roll from you, as you're hanging on to Chalmers and being dragged along. You're looking around, but there are some various boxes and things that are floating along, and one box floats from out of the darkness in a direction that Kagin wasn't looking, and comes directly for him.
A box?
That's not very nice.
No,
I'm
it's
taken out by a box.
It can't be this way! Not like this.
Not like this.
All right, so yeah, Kagin turns, and all of a sudden there's this sharp corner of this box coming right towards the glass of his faceplate, but he's able to take the butt of his rifle and just knock it aside. He sees it just in enough time, and it actually kind of like lightly bounces off the head, because I'm assuming that Clarke is probably last in the chain.
Yeah.
So he hits it with the butt of his rifle, and it just barely like scratches the paint on Clarke's
Incoming.
helmet, and sends his
Watch
box
out!
off in the other direction.
Duck!
Jesus.
And you guys make your way over to the door that would access the engineering from deck 1.
And in the meantime, there's no scorch marks, or we don't see any, like, there's not like anything broken or signs of anything going bad in here.
No, I think there was. Let's see. I'm trying to remember
There were holes on.
Trying to remember
deck.
I'm trying to remember where I said they were.
Did you say
There was one on deck 1?
The holes had all been sealed off by manual airlocks, so wouldn't we just see like there's a big metal door has come down to seal? Something
Yeah.
off?
So I think it. See, where was the one on deck 1? I forgot where I put that one on deck 1. Was it near the nose or in the middle? Does
Deck
anybody remember?
Deck 1's the bottom. Right?
Otherwise, I'll just.
Seems like it was
deck
in
1's the bottom.
hold area, but I didn't make a note.
Okay. We'll put it. Let's see. Yeah, we'll put it in the bottom right-hand corner. So the bottom right-hand corner of deck 1. So yeah, you do see like a section of the docking area that has had like heavy blast doors come down and seal it off. There is like a window that you can look through, and looking through there, like it's only the stuff that's basically bolted to the wall. Anything loose has been sucked out from this hole. And yeah, it's a hole about the size of like maybe a little bit bigger of an escape pod. Taking a look at the entry point, it's an entry point. The metal is bent inwards, so it was something that hit from the outside, traveling in towards the center of the ship.
But there's
so kind of looking through that window.
Is not still there.
No.
Whatever made the hole.
Whatever made the hole either got sucked out or was an energy bolt,
or something. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going laterally down the length of the ship, through the cargo area to the engineering section in the back. That's what we're doing. Got it.
Right.
Yeah.
And the bottom right-hand corner has got that blast door that's come down, but you're going in through engineering through the upper right-hand corner.
Okay.
So there's an access door
we are
there.
floating to what used to be the top of this hold, going along what used to be the ceiling. Okay, all right. And this is.
Well, it's actually the docking area is actually two.
Okay.
It's 2 levels.
Right.
So it's 2 stories tall. So
Are
the bottom.
Are there like catwalks that go? Okay. So probably at some point we can kind of just
Grab
use
and
like one of
pull.
those railings to
Yeah.
grab and pull. I would think this would be where a lot of that big terraforming equipment would be. Are there just gigantic pieces of machinery floating around that we need to avoid when we turn the gravity on so they don't just, smash into the floor and wreck everything?
There is a wall that physically separates the cargo from the docking area. So
Okay.
if you like scanning with your flashlights to the far side of the docking area, yeah, you see like some big double doors, and it says like cargo on it. So
Okay. That
behind
would
those
not be-
doors is going to be where you're going to find the terraforming equipment.
Okay. And I imagine anything we need to actually access the ship database for would require power, so we're kind of just stuck getting to engineering before we can do anything else. So I'll just kind of make sure nothing else, hits us, and let Chalmers do his thing for right now.
Yeah. The other way of like bringing power and whatnot back on would be to go to the command deck, which is on deck 2, and that command deck is actually over on deck 2, but close to engineering. So the operations, the can't come up with it. Bridge. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
The bridge of the ship is on deck 2 next to engineering. And then over near the nose of the ship, that's where medical is.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we see is there like a door from the docking bay to deck 2 from here? Or
Yeah, there are like doorways or access points, and then there's also like the little access tubes, like the Jeffries tubes. So the Jeffries tubes are pretty much almost everywhere, so you're almost always close to a Jeffries tube or some kind of crawl space that you can go between decks. But there are some primary like mag elevators. So there's a mag elevator basically right out front of engineering, so you can go from every deck in front of engineering, and then one about in the middle of the ship, and then one over close to the nose of the ship.
Hey, why don't
So
we?
And I imagine those are all
Yeah.
probably turned off
Uh,
with no power, so we probably still.
why don't we
engineering first.
reshare that image and we can have that be the main visual,
Sure.
and then folks can kind of see what we're
Give
talking
me-
about.
half a second here.
Beautiful.
All right. So yeah, to repeat, there are like the little crawl space Jeffries tubes. Almost anywhere, you're almost always close to one of those. There's a mag elevator right outside of engineering that goes between all three decks, deck 3, deck 2, deck 1. And there's one about in the middle of the ship that goes between all three decks. And then one up towards the nose that starts in deck 1 in front of that hull reinforcement and then goes straight up from there. So it goes just outside of the crew quarters on deck 3, right outside of medical. Medical's close to the nose on deck 2, and then the cargo area, which is closest to the nose of the ship in deck 1. So 3 mag elevators, and you guys are in the what would be the upper right-hand corner of deck 1, just outside of engineering. So you're also right there near that mag elevator. And the way that you would be able to restore power would be either from the bridge, which is straight up on deck 2, or from engineering. So you could go either way at this point. And I see that it's about a quarter till 8 o'clock. So at about 8 o'clock, we'll take about a 5 or 10 minute break. If you need to grab something to eat or take a bio break.
Okay. I think are the doors or hatches or whatever the access panel would be. I would imagine without power, we wouldn't be able to open those yet anyway.
Well, we could open
So-
them. It just wouldn't be easy.
Probably would need to get.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
Right. You probably got crowbars and whatnot. You can pry something open. That's going to be loud and
Yeah.
barbaric, or you can try and hack in. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna let Chalmers do his thing and get us to engineering and turn.
So
everything
speaking
on
of
before we start going
engineering,
anywhere.
we know there's a radiation issue. Our suits are going to help us to some degree. I've rigged us up with radiation monitors specific to this spectrum of radiation. So if anybody notices a color change or your suit alerts you to a significant level of radiation, then please bring it to our attention, and we'll need to take action. I'm a little concerned about what we're going to run into in engineering, but that's really the first thing we got to find out is if we have how serious a problem do we actually have.
Yeah, and taking some scans, you can tell that the radiation is much higher in engineering. Here in the docking bay, not too bad, but going into engineering, yeah, there is a increase in the level of radiation. Your suit is currently warning you. There's like a little message or whatever that says, limit exposure to anything above. Yeah,
Hope you guys
it-
wore your
well,
red
it's-
underwear.
little more generous than that. It's saying to about 15 minutes. They're saying you got about 15 minutes until something needs to be done. Either the radiation level needs to be reduced, or you need to come on out of that
What do I mean?
that area.
What could have happened here? There's some type of containment failure. If it's mechanical, like a hole, that's a real problem. If there's something that restoring power could solve, then we might be in luck. And I guess I'm trying to figure out the best place to go, to the source of the problem or to somewhere that we can get some diagnostics. And I'm actually thinking that maybe the diagnostics might be better. So I'm thinking maybe we should go to the bridge instead, see what we can do there, and then get a toe hold on the system, and then escalate up and see what we can do.
Chalmers, because you are a specialist in the Sakharov drives, you know that there was one of those holes that got manually closed near the upper right corner of engineering. And kind of thinking back of like general schematics and thinking back to the Manticore, if something were to punch through right about at the top of a Sakharov drive, there is a chance that it could, breach the containment and have a radiation leak. But normally all you do is, everybody would grab radiation suits, or they'd, grab some filters, and they'd run up there, do a quick patch job, and then flush all the radiation out of engineering. And maybe you might have to like restore a little bit of power or refuel a little bit earlier, but it's a critical repair, but it's pretty standard procedure. It's not something outside the realm of any crew should be able to do. So the fact that your best guess is something punched through, clipped the top of the drive, and it started leaking radiation. And it's being contained because everything seems to be closed up at this point between decks. Kind of scanning through all the decks, you see that all the doors to engineering are closed. Basically, all the doors to every section have been closed and sealed off.
Bridge it is. Bridge it is.
So from your knowledge, if you wanted to fix the engine, it should be a somewhat easy fix. There's only 3 of you, so all 3 of you will have to contribute to getting that sealed back up. And then you're going to have to vent it. But in order to vent it, you're going to have
operational control
power.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Right. So you could go up to the bridge and try to reinitiate power, and that would work, but you'd be on a clock because you'd be starting the engine back up without doing the physical repairs. So if you go directly into engineering, you can do the repairs, and then the power will be back on and it'll be stable.
If you had somebody on the bridge while you went into engineering to try to figure this out, would that be more helpful if we had somebody in both places at once?
We all need to get to the bridge first, figure out what's the situation, restore power there, get some diagnostics, and then we can make a decision.
All right, fair enough.
Okay. So just to reiterate, that is going to, until you get the patch job done in engineering, you're going to be on a clock for how long you have power before too much fuel leaks, too much radiation shuts everything down. Just to be clear.
But I don't know what that clock is.
Yeah, once you get up to the bridge and you kick everything on, it'll give you a clock.
Okay.
But there's going to be a clock.
Let's get us a clock.
All right. So you want to open? Do you want to go up the crawl spaces, or do you want to pry open the mag elevator and go up the mag elevator?
Well, the crawl spaces we know have easy handholds, right? And as long as they're big enough for us in our suits with our gear, then that would make sense. If they're not big enough for our suits and gear, then we would need to use the lift tube.
Yeah, they'd be big enough for your suits and
your gear. That's probably the most straightforward thing to do.
I say tubes as well.
All right. Unfortunately, nobody gave me claustrophobic in their
that's a shame.
in their character. So, but it does get very. I mean, the power and the lights are very low, so but it'll then be lit up by all of your flashlights, because I imagine everybody's got their flashlights on their helmet and whatnot. So you reach over, give it a yank. Chalmers yanks it, has to yank it a couple of times, but it breaks away because these various crawl spaces are designed. So break that manual lock, pull it open, and start, hand over hand. It's pretty easy because the gravity is off. And the tubes light up quite a bit, but it's very narrow. You don't have a lot of room, no wingspan. It's just straight up hand over hand, floating up this quiet tube. And you can hear anytime somebody's equipment like bounces off the wall, you hear that metal echo.
Hear the respirators,
kink,
and the
kink.
suit, and the cooling system.
Yeah, respirators going. So you slowly float up the Jeffries tube until you get to the access port for deck 2. That opens easily. There's no whoosh of air or anything because environmental is almost completely off. Push that aside, and on deck 2, the when a red alert comes on, all of the emergency lights or whatever go to like a red tinge, and so we can see, all the red lights are on deck 2. So there's just dim red light going down the hallway. But of course, it's been derelict for a number of years, so several of them have burnt out. So like every third one is actually on. So we're getting like some light red dim glow going down the hallway, and you see the door to the bridge and the mag elevator and some other various departments and maybe some crew quarters on this deck. As you look down the hallway, you're seeing the arches and the doorways for those.
Are all of those doors shut, or any of the doors just sitting there open?
A couple of the crew doors are cracked open. They're the sliding doors like you see in like Star Trek. So a couple of them are like cracked open, and one of them is like at a slant. So like the upper corner of it is open. Like it's been if you peer all the way down, the door to medical is closed. And yeah, so most of the doors are closed, but a couple of the crew quarters are open. One is cracked open, and one is like at an angle.
Yeah, as we kind of float by, I want to point my flashlight through the opening of that door and just kind of see if I can see anything inside.
Okay. As you go up the Jeffries tube, you come out right in front of the door to the bridge, and the door to the bridge is closed. The crew quarters are a little ways down the hallway. Do you want to venture down there by yourself, or
anywhere near the coordinates
really
that I
going down
need?
the hallway past them. So if we come out right by the bridge, I think we would just go straight into the bridge from there.
Yeah, that sounds good. So just wanted to know if you were going off on your own. To answer your question, Kate,
we had to go part way down the hallway. That's why I said that. But if we're not, then no, I'm just gonna go straight to the bridge.
Yep, that's why I was clarifying. Yeah, those partially open doors are a ways down the hallway. The room that you're looking for, Kagin, is up on the 3rd deck.
Okay. Then I'll basically stay right outside the bridge in case something comes up on us, unless they call me into the bridge for some reason. So I'm standing out there looking around in case something comes upon us.
Okay, standing out in the hallway?
Right.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. So I'm also kind of keeping an eye on my messages. So if you need to message me through Discord, you can message me anything that you're doing privately. I might also occasionally message you. I haven't done anything like that, but if I do need to say something to you privately, I will. All right. So Chalmers, you've been the one to open the doors so far. Are you going to open the door to? Are you going to open the doors to the bridge, or are you going to task that to somebody else?
Does it appear to be secured? Or is it locked, or is it something that we can?
Yeah, it's shut at this point.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and if it needs my involvement, yes. Otherwise, probably not. I got people for that.
Say if there's no power, I don't know how else it would open rather than.
Hey, Kagin, help me with this.
Force.
Oh, all right. Is that okay? I was trying to resolve that. So you're just gonna have Kagin help you? Okay. So yeah, he starts working. He, connects his cable to it, starts trying to work through it, and it doesn't quite work. And he says, "Need some muscle. Come over here, Kagin." And so you take a hold of the door. Someone needs to roll to either hack through or to strength through. Who wants to?
I think.
Strength. I haven't rolled.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks. I agree though.
All right.
Might be a mistake, but I agree.
Yeah. So Chalmers tries to hack through the door, and we see see like some red warnings and some errors flash up. He's not able to break through it, and then Kagin steps up. Kind of does the neck crack thing and throws his shoulders into it, and
Uh-oh.
That's a repeat.
That's the first repeat, though.
That's the first repeat.
What happened?
All right,
I strained myself. Damn it.
Yep.
Did we have a 4? Holy shit, we did.
Yeah, we did.
We had a lot of
Yeah,
force.
we
All right.
Looking
So-
in that 40s zone, not great.
So Kagin reaches in and grabs hold of this door and starts forcing it open. And as he starts to force the door open, we see the pad that Chalmers was interacting with. Chalmers, you were reaching over to do the surprise goose. He was gonna goose Kagin as he tried to open the door. When you goose him, it startles him, and at the same time, your automatic hacking programs in your cybernetic arm finally crack the code on the door. So as you goose him, he kind of startles, and your cybernetic arm finishes the hack, and the doors fly open. And what ends up happening is, since you're holding onto the door, it retracts, and your fingers get caught inside as the door retracts. So you're standing there with your, much like a kid who just had his hand slammed in the car door, except for this door was opening. Your fingers are now inside the track, and the door is pinching
Holy
your
shit!
fingers
Hold
inside
on, hold
that
on,
door
hold
track.
on. I'm gonna open it back up.
Calmly, and very calmly, I go, "Hey guys, my fingers are stuck."
Hey guys,
in
I've
the
just
door."
lost 3 fingers. Hold on a second.
All right, so
Minor inconvenience.
So Chalmers, your security program's hacked through, so you end up being able to move the doors closed a little bit, and that frees his hand,
Did he lose?
and then back
did
out.
he lose pressurization?
But as yes, it actually did pierce the suit. It got cut by some of the door frame, so you have to break out every suit has got a repair kit, so you break out a repair kit,
Yeah.
Put a Band-Aid on it.
Yep.
Who brought the duct tape?
patch that back up.
Dang.
Yep, and you also have to hit a little bit of hit the medical nanobots in your suit, because you've got a couple of cuts on your fingers, and there was just a little bit of light bleeding. So little nanobots come out and do some stitching and piece that back together, and you've got a little readout, and it says patching, restored, and you can feel some
Foreign
activity on your
pathogen
fingers
detected.
as it
Foreign
stops
pathogen
bleeding.
detected.
Right. And Chalmers, now your suit is now informing you that you have been lightly irradiated, and is advising you when returning to the ship, please take 2 radiation tablets and go through a radiation bath. So you've got a lovely 2 or 3 day process. to look
They
forward
just
to.
say that because they
getting
have
through
to.
the radiation.
You don't got to do that. It's just a recommendation.
It's just a recommendation.
I've skipped that lots of times.
Yeah.
All right, and we
That
are just
explains a lot.
at 8 o'clock. So if we'd like to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, now would be a good time if you need to go grab something to drink or use the restroom or to eat.
We're about to see the scene of madness. It's probably waiting on the bridge.
All right,
All right.
fantastic. So we're going to be back in 10 minutes. I'm going to start the timer, and give me just a second.
And once again, thank you all for joining us. This is the Role Playing Guild of Kansas City's hopefully monthly Dread stream. We thank you so much for seeing us either tonight or in the future. Thank you, future people, and we will be back in 10.
And we're back.
Back live?
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are adventuring aboard the ISS Auerbach on a rescue mission with our crew of the Manticore, and they have just recently opened up the door with a slight injury to Kagin, our non-human security expert, as they make their way onto the bridge of the Auerbach in order to restore power. All right, so the little medical nanoid droids have sealed back up, have stopped the bleeding in your hands, given you the warning that you're going to have to go through radiation treatment, and you have opened up the deck to the ISS Auerbach in order to access the security panels to try and bring back up power. So your headlamps and flashlights are scanning the various bridge, and up until this point, you've just run into like some cargo that was floating. The section of the docking bay that had been cordoned off was completely empty of anything that wasn't bolted down. And the hallway to deck 2 looked fairly clear, just like a normal ship deck would be, clean, no issues. But that is a different story as the doors to the bridge open up. As the doors to the bridge open up, you see the various stations. There's some stations along the walls, a couple of piloting or navigational stations up towards the front, and then of course the one command chair. There are no emergency lights. All the lights are either burnt out or broken at this point. But we're starting to see like the ceiling panels have been removed, and there's like wires that are hanging down and loose. Some wires that have been cut. Panels have large cracks in them, and we do see along the wall stations, we do see 2 bodies that are slumped forward. One completely intact and is just slumped forward and turned with its back towards the door, so you can't see its face. They're not wearing environmental suits. They're just wearing like standard Apex crew uniforms. One of them has its back towards you. One of them, right as the door opens, as you like enter in and like look off to your left, there is a body there, and it is facing you. Well, it would be facing you if it had a face. Something has cleanly sheared from temple to temple, just cleanly sheared the face of this crewman off. So you're just seeing like a cross section of the brain, a cross section of what would be, just behind. So like the very back of the ocular eye sockets. That's the word I'm looking for. Eye sockets. It would have been behind the bone, so you're seeing like half of the cheekbone and like half the jaw. So much like something had just cleanly sliced this person right along where the temples are and just sliced the front of their face
Would
off.
I have known any known weapon that could do this, such
Katana.
like a laser or what, or a katana?
If there are a couple of ways this could happen. Obviously, a large metal object that was sharp enough could shear. Human anatomies are pretty substandard for durability, so a sharp enough piece of metal could do that. A blaster rifle that had been modified to like a narrow beam could have shot a beam and have cut a face off like this, or a phase sword, so like an electric sword, a plasma sword. There's the word. Dadgum. A plasma sword could also have done this as well.
Okay.
So it's not nothing. If you want to investigate it to try to figure out like which one of these things, I would allow for a roll for that. So if you'd like to give me a roll, you can investigate it. If you're satisfied and there's a couple of things, you can leave it be. Sure.
I'm gonna do a roll.
So Chalmers steps up and he starts kind of like peeling a bit of the face, kind of probing it a little bit. We see like some blood. Since it's 0G, we've got little blood droplets
Hold
that
on,
are just kind of like floating.
Let me say something here. I turn back to Kagin and I say,
What?
"Yep, dead."
So Kagin runs some scans off of his, kind of, investigates it a little bit, pokes and prods it a little bit with his fingers.
See here. 100. Let's see. Am I alive?
Beautiful.
All right. And after
Or
taking a look at it for a little bit, you bring up the magnifying capability of your suit, and you start going in and in and in on the cut lines to try to see what it was. A sharp piece of metal with enough force would leave like some very fine, very small, ragged edges. A plasma sword or a rifle beam set to a narrow slicing kind of setting would leave it'd be clean. There'd be no little ragged edges whatsoever, but there'd be burns. You're not seeing any of that. You're seeing much more ragged edges. Like, you don't have to go to you have to go to magnification, but not much magnification before you start seeing the ragged edges. So this was not done by something that was like machine sharpened metal. So again, plasma swords and laser swords would be clean with burns. A piece of metal, like a sharpened sword or a sharpened piece of metal going through, would leave microscopic little tears and valleys. This has much bigger tears and valleys than a metal sword. So it was something sharp, but not surgically sharp.
Like a door.
No, a door would be bruising and tearing. So this is cleaner than a tear, but messier.
Body, I imagine
metal.
since there's no gravity yet. Still, the body is just like floating there, right inside the doorway.
Or
is it like strapped into a seat?
It's strapped into a seat.
Okay. Does the uniform include a name tag? Is there like an identification on the uniform with a name?
Yes, there's an ID tag, and it is one of the like science officers that's stationed to the bridge.
Okay.
But I didn't finish completely describing the room. We got caught up on the faceless,
like you do,
faceless crewmen. Yeah, like you do. And kind of scanning the rest of the room. You see the one crewman that's also on a wall station, whose back is towards you and is slumped over in his seat. The captain's chair, the armrests have been bent in, so like something crushed the armrests a little bit, and there are like stains, they're like stains, like the upholstery has been stained by some kind of liquid. If you go over and you do a little bit of a scan or whatnot, you'll find out that it's blood that has stained the cushions of the captain's chair, and the armrests have been kind of crumpled in a little bit. Over at the two stations that are towards the front, that are like the pilot's or navigator's station, one of them, the chair has been just removed. So you see like it's been ripped out, and the chair isn't in the room. The chair is just gone out of the room. Again, all the stations are, some are cracked. Everything's dark. But in the second pilot's chair, the standard issue jumpsuit is kind of, a one piece overall kind of jumpsuit, and you can see that like the arms of it have been wrapped up around the base of the chair. So like the arms of the jumpsuit are wrapped around the base of the chair that the person would be sitting on, and the jumpsuit is floating, but it's thin, like it's open, it's thin and it's open towards you guys, and you can see there isn't a person in the suit, because like the zipper's been zipped down until you get to about the zipper goes down to about the waist level, but in one of the legs of the jumpsuit is filled out, and there is a boot attached to it, and you can see like the pulpy stump of a leg. So there's this partially empty jumpsuit with one leg in it. There's of course blood stains inside the jumpsuit. It's zipped down to the navel, and the arms are kind of just like haphazardly wrapped around the base of the chair, and it's just kind of floating there in 0 G. a jumpsuit with
fucking
a single leg in it.
Shit.
God. And I kind of like, as we step by, I kind of like do one of these so I don't have to touch the faceless corpse on the way in. It's like, God, poor bastard. What could do something like that to?
Where's the rest of that guy? I'm looking at Kagin.
Not in here. There's a chair missing, and it's not in here anywhere. Are any of none of the panels, I imagine, are turned on because there's no power yet. Is there a view screen or like I want to call it a windshield because there's no wind? Is there like a window to look out of?
This is like in the dead middle of the ship, so it's on the second deck right outside of engineering. So the design of this colony ship, the bridge is actually inside. So there is a monitor that would be, where the ship would look out, but there's no exterior windows.
All right. So, question I have:
Is that monitor damaged, cracked or anything, or is it intact?
Is what cracked?
The monitor, the big monitor that would.
No,
be on.
the big monitor isn't cracked.
Okay.
It seems to be intact.
Gotcha.
And
Question I have: there's carpet, there's tile, there's what's the floor like?
Yeah, it'd probably be. I mean, it's smooth. It's some kind of ceramic tile. Yeah, it's some kind of ceramic tile.
There's ichor on the floor?
Yeah, as you start to like look down and like look around, you start seeing like some spatters of various. Oh, that's a good question. Would you like to investigate that for a roll?
Yes.
Or go ahead.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Oh boy.
No whammies. Boom.
So Chalmers starts to kind of walk around and investigate and look for some kind of pattern or footwork. And as you're looking around down at the floor, is anyone else gone past the doorway, or is everybody just still kind of staying near the doorway and near the faceless body?
I stepped past man without a face over here, and I was moving toward the other body that's kind of slumped over to see what condition that body was in. I imagine I haven't quite reached it yet as this is happening.
Okay.
I'm mainly still out in the hallway.
Sure. What is... I had this figured out.
Out in the hallway?
There it is. Got it. Okay. Yeah. So you start scanning around the ceramic floor, like looking for footprints or boot prints or things like that. And it takes you a little while kind of looking around because there is some kind of three, like a 3 foot, like a 3-toed pattern. So it's got like a big middle toe and then 2 smaller toes. So it's like this 3-toed pattern that starts to seem to be like going like to the door that you just came in, and then to each one of the stations. So yeah, you are starting to see kind of this foot pattern, but you don't recognize it as anything like right off the bat. Like it doesn't look like, but it's like a 3-toed pattern. I don't have.
Hey, Kagin, get in here! Look at this! Look at this!
The last time he called me, I didn't like it much.
Cost you a little bit of blood in your hand in the door.
Yeah.
All right. So he calls you over to take a look at that. Clarke, as you come around to the body that had its back to you, you go to look at what's...
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of just gently reach out and put my hand on the shoulder and gently like pull it up to see if I can see if its face is in the same condition as the other face, and B, get another ID off the uniform potentially to see who this is, so we can start accounting for people.
Okay. As you come up to that body that's not facing towards you, you put your hand on it and you do kind of like move it back a little bit to kind of get a better look at it. This one does have its face, but it is like the skin is very tight, and like scanning, like kind of looking at it, it looks like a lot of the moisture, and there is no blood floating along around this one. The other bodies and the various body parts had like little flecks of blood that were floating in it. This one doesn't. This one is looking very dry, like no better word for it, but like the skin looks drained, like some of the fluid within the body had been drained. But that's not the first thing that you notice when you kind of pull this shoulder back and take a look at this individual. What the first thing you notice is coming out of this person's mouth is his spinal cord, and is then bent and is then impaled back into his stomach.
That would be hard to do.
So when you pull you pull him back by the shoulder, like the back of it just folds because there's no spinal cord there to give it reinforcement, and so the back just kind of folds in half, and you see the spinal cord coming out of the mouth and then being pierced back into his stomach, and the skin is very very pulled and stretched and looks kind of dry, and after the initial shock and kind of like stepping back a little bit, like if you go to scan him or whatever, you find out that about 92-95% of the fluid in this individual's body has been removed. So there's very little fluid left in this individual's body.
Oh shit.
And it's and the back is the back is literally folded in half weird because there's no structure to it now.
Yeah, that's fucking gross.
So yeah, you've got
one over here that's not in much better shape. Can we start turning some stuff on so we can figure out what the fuck we're looking at right now?
Kagin, what? I figure this shit out. I'm gonna get the power back on.
Yeah, so you guys are like looking down at these marks, and you're like, and you start identifying the patterns that are going. Like, there's a door on the other side of the bridge that goes into engineering. So there's like a direct door from the bridge into engineering, and you came in from the hallway. So yeah, you're seeing these patterns go between the doors back and forth into the various stations, and then you turn around as he said, "Yeah, can we get the power on?" And yeah, that's when you turn over and you see this person who the back part of them is like folded in half, so like the chest is all, and the spinal cord's coming out and then jutting back into it. So you're gonna go over to one of the control panels and try and bring the power back on?
I'm gonna try not to throw up, and then I'm gonna get the power working.
Sure. Sounds good.
And I'm gonna try to figure out if I've ever seen these tracks before.
All right, sounds good. I can go ahead and tell you right now, Kagin, like accessing various databases, you're finding some things that are similar, but nothing that's an exact match. There's some various alien species, but either the footprint is too big, or it's too small, or it's it would have more toes, or nothing that's an exact match. And definitely inputting like the type of violence that's in here. Yeah, you're not finding anything.
Known species that would possibly do this. Okay.
No known species.
All right,
no.
got that power back on.
Chalmers. Yep. Okay, so if you just want to just rudimentarily bring the power back on, I'm going to ask for one roll. If you want to try to boot the power on to save as much, because again, it's going to put you on a clock doing it this way. To save as much time as possible, I'm going to need 2 rolls. If you want to try to bring just enough power on to not start the clock, but maybe to get some diagnostics, I'm going to ask for 3 rolls. So 1 to just kick it over and let's start the clock.
Live through the
2 to do a safe start
first.
Okay, that's fine. So you do the first one.
Perfect 100.
So yeah, you start having to hack and do various spoofs for IDs. Start trying to get those access codes using some Apex standard cracking techniques, but that only gets you so far. So you start breaking into your
personal. I'm going for all 3 unless I die first. That's what I was trying to say.
I gotcha. So you're starting to get you're starting to bring some power towards the system, starting to bring it up. You've used the Apex, so keep rolling. Use the Apex standard cracking. Oh, that's going to be a match.
That's our third.
What is up with
44?
44?
Apparently, that is the number.
Well,
All right.
4 is the number for death in some places.
So that's one for Chalmers. All right, so we have another repeat on 44. Interestingly enough, the same number. So you get past the first layer of security, and you're able to do a slow boot up. But as you do that, there is a surge through the console that you're working on, and it cracks in like the whole console, like power surges, and a big giant crack comes across it. And the power surge that comes into that console runs into your suit, and you actually lose the radiation shield. Like it knocks out the radiation filter on your suit. So
Fuck
you're now
that
getting
shit.
warnings on your suit that you were being lightly irradiated and please see, please undergo de-radiation
can I just
treatment
lose
while
a
you
couple
back.
of fingers?
Well, I mean, again, this is not like critical levels of radiation. This is light radiation. It's you'll have to go through some de-radiation treatment,
Oh, yeah,
but
that-
everything's going to be okay. But
I hope you wore your lead underwear.
yeah, but the radiation filter on your suit is now completely out because of this power surge. But you have brought the power back on, very kind of slowly and gently to get you the maximum amount of time. So after like jumping back and kind of like taking a moment, and then that console that you were at is cracked and completely dead.
Jesus.
Like the crystals in it are shot. You move over to another console, and there's where you see like the warnings and the time limits. The timer has kicked on, and you now have 5 hours before power is completely drained.
Okay.
So it's giving you a 5-hour clock.
And was
Right.
So either you need to make the repairs and engineering to stop that clock, or be done and out of here in 5 hours.
all right. So I want some diagnostics on what systems are and aren't working. And oh, sorry.
Hold on, I can't hear both of you. So Chalmers,
Sorry,
go ahead
I
and
couldn't
finish.
tell you were talking.
That's okay.
I want some diagnostics on the various systems. I want to confirm what the problem is, and I want eyes in the reactor room, in the engineering through cameras or whatever if I can, and I just want to confirm what's wrong and get a plan.
Sure. So yeah, you start bringing up power, you start bringing up the lights, start bringing up the cameras, and as you're doing that, Clarke, you had a question?
Yeah. I imagine the lights and the gravity all come on me, kind of like drop to the floor.
Yeah, everybody's kind of like jolted to the floor right quick as like gravity starts to kick on. He doesn't bring it on like real, real strong.
I do
he
for
brings it on a
Kagin.
little bit gradually, but it's a
Kagin's
little bit of a thud.
spot. I just turn it all the way up. Zoop.
All the way up. But yeah,
But,
you guys are.
Yeah, I'd be moving back toward. I walk past the like navigator or cockpit station on my way over here. I'm gonna move back towards that and see if I can get ship logs or anything about like anything they might have kept track of or kept notes on since we lost touch with them, or anything any kind of change in the if there was a note that these people are dead now, or like some list of casualties or what I can find on it.
There were two there's like a navigator pilot station up there, do virtually the same job. One of the ones was with the jumpsuit with the leg in it, which has now hit the ground, of course, because gravity's back on. The other one was the one that had the chair ripped out, and the chair is not on the bridge. Are you going to the chairless one or the...
If they appear to be identical consoles that I could do the same things at, I would prefer to go to the one without the disembodied leg hanging around nearby. So I'll go over and standing desk my way into the chairless one.
All right.
Does the monitor turn on with any kind of display or readout of any kind?
Yes, the big monitor turns on, and it's just like the orbit of the moon. You get the stars in the sky and space, and then you see like the slowly orbiting, the slowly turning, revolving moon in the big sensor. So yeah, you wander over there, you start trying to download the logs and various things like that.
Any info I can get from that console, I want to take a look
Cool.
at.
Chalmers, you were trying to bring on all the... Okay, yes. You start bringing it on. for some reason, you get some cameras onto engineering and start kind of like moving them around and kind of taking a look. And yeah, sure enough, it looks like whatever entered into that upper right section of engineering clipped to the top of the Sakharov drive and initiated a radiation leak. Doesn't look too bad. Looks like it would probably take a couple hours, 2 or 3 of you, a couple hours to try and patch that up to stop the radiation leak so that you can maintain the power. The Auerbach is pretty low on fuel. It's probably not going to be able to break orbit. It's probably at about 5% fuel, which is more than enough to keep it powered in orbit, but not enough that it's going to be able to like break orbit. Or if it is enough to break orbit, then it's going to be whatever trajectory it's on is the trajectory it's on, and that's going to be it. It would not be warp capable unless you got more fuel in it, either by bringing the fuel off of your ship or by having something come by and refuel it. So you've got life support and things, but you're not going to be able to break orbit without doing something to it. Was there anything else, Chalmers?
I just want to make a determination. You mentioned that a couple of hours we'll be able to fix this. It is a tear, right? So that's what I'm hearing. It's something that we have the facilities to repair, and I can do it without killing myself because I don't have proper shielding.
Oh no! If the radiation engineering is worse. If you go in there, you will not be able to spend the 2
so
straight hours.
If I fix my suit or got a new suit, that changes, or is it?
Yes. If you were able to find a new suit somewhere, you could probably swap it out. And of course, you look over and you see the space where the suits would be. There's a little access hatch because the bridge has got to have some suits in case there's some kind of environmental issue. So yeah, you look over and you see the cabinet, for lack of a better word, where those suits would be, where you could probably swap them out. But yeah, if you went into engineering in your current suit, you couldn't stay in there for the 2 hours before you start to get radiation sickness and burns on your arm.
I'm going to see if there's one that will fit me, and if so, change out.
Okay. And so we're going to jump back to Clarke. Clarke, you're trying to download. So you were trying to download some records as to like what happened.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into if someone kept a log of anything that happened past last contact, or if there's if the ship can somehow keep track of vital signs for the people on board. See if everybody's accounted for. If there's some tracking of what may have happened here.
Okay. There's 2. Okay. So for one roll, I'll if you give me a roll, that'll be you cracking into the various logs and kind of looking through all of that.
Okay. All right. Oh boy.
So Chalmers, you go over to that. You go over to that section, and as you get over to that cabinet, you notice that there's something off about the cabinet.
You mean like feng shui off?
The door,
or like something wrong?
Something wrong. So as you get over there, like the door is partially cracked open, like it's a little bit open, and you like try to flash your flashlight in there, and like there's something in there. Now normally this cabinet has just got like folded suits like stacked on top of each other, so it's not a very big cabinet. It's probably about the size of like a big one of those big dorm refrigerators, the little mini fridges. So it's about that size. You go over there, you see it's cracked open, you kind of try to shine your flashlight in there. There's something in there that's not like a suit, and as you open it up, there is just somebody who's just manhandled and folded a person
who's missing a leg
into this. No, it's not missing a leg, but pinning it
in there.
But pinning it in place is just like a metal pipe has been thrust through the center of this, and the body is just kind of like folded. You're not like, you see parts of an arm, you see parts of a leg. So this person has just been folded into this mini fridge space, and then a metal pipe has pierced through the center of it, and then it's bent over to kind of like
All right,
hook
hold
and
on a
hold
minute.
hold those
Kagin!
parts in.
Kagin! Get over here. Check this shit out.
And the reason why there's not like stains and everything coming out of the cabinet is it's got that same like dehydrated skin condition. So like it looks like a lot of the fluid, just like the guy who had his spinal cord ripped out of his mouth and back into his stomach, has been like the fluid has been sucked out of this. So the skin is tight and gray and doesn't have any tone to it.
Kagin?
Keegan definitely is going to want to get to that to see where the I agree. The cruise doesn't seem to have made it very well.
All right, and
but
Clarke,
we still have the third floor where the passengers were.
Yep, and that's a space that you're itching to get to, Keegan, for your stuff. So Clarke, you go looking through the various records and things like that, and you do start to find some records. Kind of going through them quickly, like various text logs and things like that. You start doing like keyword searches, and words you start seeing like pop up are like collision, attack, deaths, attack, things like that. And you're starting to like kind of filter out like the things that are just like letters to home and things like that. So you're doing your keyword searches, you're putting that in, and you're starting to pull some of those files, and you can take a look at those in a minute. But in the middle of doing this search, while you're doing that, a chat window pops up, and it just says like hello, like in chat you just see hello, is someone there?
Okay.
The lights are on.
Yeah.
Is someone there?
Two questions out of character before I interact with this thing.
Mm-hmm.
A, is there some kind of identifier of where this is coming from, or is like a user ID for the person who's sending this message to me? And then two, is there like a keyboard that I could type into potentially to respond at this console?
Yes, there's a keyboard you can type in. It's obviously like the flat, touch keyboard. There's no keys. It's just a little, LED keyboard. And there is an ID from where it's coming from, and it says Research Department. Now, if you look at our map, we have operations, medical, docking bay, cargo, crew quarters, hydroponic, and R&R. This says just research.
Research Department. Okay.
And R&R, just in case you're wondering, R&R stands for rest and relaxation. It does not stand for research.
It wasn't going to be like R&D or something like that. Or something else.
Just to clarify and make it absolutely clear. And this says it's coming from the research department. So it says like, hello? Yeah. Is anyone there? The lights are on?
Yeah, I'm gonna respond with, who is this? ?
They type, is it Dylan? What is his alias? It's Dylan
Martin.
Daniel Martin.
Yeah.
Like, it says, my name is Daniel Martin. Who is this?
Okay, before I respond to that one, I'm going to turn and say, we either got a live one or we got somebody fucking around in the systems over here.
Hey, it's not me.
My next question is going to be, I don't know of there being any research department on board this ship. Where are you sending this from?
There's a pause. It says, the research department on deck 2.
I'm going to turn to Chalmers and say,
it's the black
Chalmers,
area on the map.
Yeah, no, I'm going to just to confirm and say, hey, Chalmers, you saw the schematic like I did, right? There's a blacked out section on deck 2.
Yeah, it said hull reinforcement.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, man. Must be down by medical.
Okay, all right. I'm just going to say, this is crew of Apex vessel. Is it ISS?
Yeah, ISS.
Manticore. ISS Manticore responding to distress call. Is everyone okay?
It's messages. Oh, thank God. We've been under attack. Have you guys encountered it? Question mark.
I'm just going to respond with the word "it" in quotation marks and 3 question marks after that.
Do we all know this is happening?
It's like, well, you guys see like Clarke typing away, and he like looked over his shoulder and he said, "We've got a live one, or someone's
I
fucking
said it's
with
not
me."
me, and I kept getting this suit on. So yeah.
Yeah. If you guys want to go over there, if I didn't make it clear, there's not a suit in there. There was a body.
Did he have a suit?
There were no suits.
Oh,
well, it's been pierced by a metal rod. If you'd like to put that on, I think that's going to be worse than what you got on currently. But there's probably some more suits in like medical, or maybe in the crew quarters that are down the hall. So you can there's more chances for suits. If the two of you want to like come join and like take a look at what Clarke is looking at, you can like read through and see that like someone is saying like the lights are on. Who is this? And Daniel Martin or
if
not.
anybody walks up, I'm going to say somebody says they're sending this from the research department on deck 2. I imagine that's where that blacked off section is that's not labeled on the schematic, except for that the hole is reinforced there.
So, and you asked what is it? You said like it ? They
said something like, have you seen it? And I replied with it? Like, I define what you mean by it.
Right. And the reply is unknown species, attacked after ship hit by meteors.
A lot of meteors.
Yeah. And we saw the holes in the ship, and there's something about they encountered a meteor shower.
Well, they got fixed from
somewhere.
that one, but then it happened.
I mean, they could have thought they got fixed, and then something else happened. Yeah, they missed what they actually were needing to worry about. I'm gonna respond with currently on the bridge, several bodies here. How many casualties? ?
The response is, I haven't run into anyone in weeks.
All right, God damn it, Kagin. Here.
Okay.
I take it.
I will respond with, are you alone?
Yes. The response is yes.
Okay. Is there some kind of camera feed from where you are that I could see you?
At the console here, this other one, where research is, right?
There are no listed branches or cameras or IDs for research
cameras
department
until I find somebody.
All right.
I'll say out loud to Chalmers, let me know if you find one that is a part of the ship that we can't see from here.
Yeah. Chalmers, if you're just looking through like the various directories and the various cameras that are available through the console, if you're just like scanning and looking, you're not going to find the research department. If you want to find the research department, you're going to have to kind of crack into this and like bypass some security. So I'm going to need a roll. If you
hold off on that. Maybe I can get them to give me access from their end.
Yeah, but at first glance, you do not see any listings for research. You don't see any listings for environmental or cameras or doors or sensors. There's no listing for research.
Ask your buddy how we get there from the bridge.
Well, I think my last question that hasn't had a response yet was, I said, are you alone? They said yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, alone.
And then I asked if there was a camera feed from there that we could like see into where they are from the bridge.
The reply is don't know.
Okay.
You know that person was not stationed on the bridge. They were probably stationed in cargo, just some menial task, low level.
Which would have made more sense. But I'm going to reply with, ship schematics don't indicate there being a research department. What kind of research? ?
Would Dylan typically be at this point? Do you think he would be like panicked or snarky or angry?
I think he would like try to be snarky to cover up. He's like shitting himself.
Gotcha.
It'll probably be like he's trying to snark back, but it probably is like a little too much.
So it's like listen here, Flyboy. I worked in the docking area. I didn't work on the bridge. I couldn't tell the schematics of a colony ship from a fighter ship. Get in here and research and do your damn job and get us off this Hulk.
Does he know what deck he's on? Great.
No, he said it's
So
on
we're on
deck
the same
2.
deck. So
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm gonna turn to Chalmers and say, have you seen anything at all on any of those feeds that is worth our
I got
attention?
nothing, man. I got nothing. Well, there's this giant monster with 3 toes, but I didn't figure that's what we're looking for.
Okay.
I didn't really see a monster with 3 toes.
Turn back. I'm gonna turn back to the chat, and I've been wanting to do this since he said his name. I'm just going to when Chalmers and Kagin aren't looking over my shoulder at what I'm typing, I'm just gonna type Nathan ?
Give me just a second. All right. So what did you type again?
I just typed Nathan, which is his real name ?
So there's a pause, and there's just, do I know you ? ? Who is this ?
I'll just say. Actually, can I send you what I type in
Sure.
private
Yeah, you can
somewhere?
send me a message.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're kind of standing over your shoulder, so they're gonna see it.
Well, I was kind of trying to wait till nobody was actually watching me type it, and they were
okay.
looking at something else.
Okay.
Or try to.
Okay. You can find a moment. So
try to be surreptitious about it.
Sure. So yeah, send me a private message about that.
Try to find a way to bring up the thing to do that here.
Okay. So as Chalmers is kind of like looking through, cycling through the cameras, you see him kind of like blink and like his head shakes to the side, and then he's like shaking his hands, and then he says something out loud. What does Chalmers say out loud?
It's not really. It's under my breath.
Okay. He mutters something under his breath as he kind of like tilts to the side a little bit and like shakes his hands. And that gets
Although I would say
Kagan's attention long enough to
these
to
guys
type in a private
have
message.
heard Chalmers say the word fuck enough that you think the first word was fuck.
Sure. Fair enough.
I'm trying to find.
That's okay.
I don't use Discord very often. I'm trying to find how I send you a private message without accidentally closing the.
If you.
Get out of the voice thing.
Oh yeah. Let's see here.
Oh, here we go. I got it. Let me try this.
Okay.
All
right. So yeah, Chalmers has a minute, and he's kind of like shaking his hands a little bit, and you think you hear him say something under his breath that includes "fuck." This gets Kagan's attention for him off the console for just a moment, and allows Clarke a moment to send a quick message.
Well, actually, Kagin is actually watching around the room in case something comes in.
Sure.
So I'm not really watching over his shoulder or anything.
All right.
I just
Yeah,
want
so
to
that
make
gives Clarke a minute, and yeah, Nathan is like, "Who is this? Do I know you?" And you write a quick response,
Yep.
and then maybe clear the screen. There it is. All right, so I imagine you probably send that and then like clear the screen so it's not on there.
Yeah.
And the next reply is just like, Jason? Question mark? Question mark? Get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'll just reply back.
Language.
How long have you been by there?
Oh, you type back. How long have you been here?
Yeah. How long have you been in research by yourself?
Okay, I got to play the history of the spacecraft back through my head. Stopped count. The reply is stopped counting after 10 months.
Okay. And I'll just send something along the line. I'll say, it looks pretty bad from the bridge. What the fuck are we dealing with here?
Still talking to Nathan?
Yeah.
Or talking to Dylan?
I send that back in the chat.
I'm sorry, one more time. What was the question?
I just say, things look pretty bad on the bridge. What the fuck are we dealing with here?
Meteor strike brought some alien. Wiped out, probably has wiped out everyone by now who didn't make an escape pod. Yeah.
Okay. And I'll just say, okay, sit tight. We got 5 hours worth of power. We'll see what we can do.
All right. Can't wait to see you.
I'll just say, yeah, I'll bet. And then, before I was so rudely interrupted, was I able to see, like, is there some kind of, somebody took notes about what was happening and get more information about it, or like
Yeah,
a list
you
of
were-
how many people evacuated, or what?
Yeah, you were compiling through keyword searches for like,
Yeah.
and now you've got a little bit more like attack and evacuation. So you start piling through. So after about 5 or 10 minutes, kind of like reading through, kind of skimming through, getting an idea. Yeah, it looks like Auerbach hit about 5 years ago. There was a meteor, like some kind of meteor impact, and then slowly, like, there was a meteor impact. Repairs were initiated. A couple of spots were like locked down, but after about a week, then crew started being reported missing. After a couple of months, they were down to just a skeleton crew, and everybody was on red alert, going around the ship, and they were starting to try to like isolate various sections and like searches and things like that. Then you start seeing like mentions of plans for how to evac. And then as they start the event, after, probably after about like 6 months of the crew slowly being whittled down, being attacked by something, no real good, like a lot of unknowns, don't know, can't really describe, no one's seen it, no real descriptions. They after 6 months they start planning an evacuation. So they start in stages, awakening people from cryosleep and just escorting them directly to escape pods and like launching escape pods. And this works once or twice, and then they start getting intercepted. So then like whatever it is hanging out at the escape pods, having to use the escape pods on deck 1, switching plans to escape pods on deck 3. So then they're able to launch a couple more escape pods with a few more people, and then they lose a few more people, and then it's only down to like 1 or 2 crewmen left. Dylan and Daniel and a couple of other people. Mm-hmm. And then you start seeing reports like we're just gonna try, like, just trying to figure out how to survive. Supplies are getting thin, so and then there's notes about like we've cobbled together some defenses in medical and research. We're starting to synthesize food and stabilizing the environmental. Oh no, the power's going down. Having to pull up power cells from the cargo area to fuel words falling out of my head. Environmental. Having to pull up battery packs from cargo to fuel the environmental systems. Environment, and then like having to restrict the area into to where it just gets down to like a couple of rooms. Describing just being down to like a couple of rooms in research. There's also a note about having to watch the power slowly going down in the cryo chambers, and just having to accept that the cryo is going to go out and those people aren't going to be able to be saved.
Mhm.
And then the reports stop after about four, like that was like 6 months. So after about like 8 or 10 months, then the reports just kind of stop.
Is there a way? I was kind of wanting to see. Is there a way that I can run an internal scan of the ship and search for life signs and see how many, if that will detect both living organisms as well as like dead bodies? I don't know how detailed those scans would be. I just want to see how many life forms we can detect aboard the ship, living, dead, or otherwise. I don't know.
Okay.
See what we're dealing with here.
Sure. For just kind of doing like after a couple of minutes, or so this is going to take him. So he's been at this for about 5 or 10 minutes. Is Chalmers and Kagin doing anything in that time?
We're not really aware of all this.
Well, you see him like, I imagine after about, he's going to take 5 to 10 minutes. So you eventually probably kind of come up to him and ask him what he's doing. And he tells you, I'm compiling the various crew logs and information to try to get an idea of what's going on.
Can you summarize
I'll kind of give them the rundown. I'll just, it looks like at some point about 5 years ago, they got hit with something, meteor or something in space hit them. And it brought something on board that started attacking people. Crew started going missing. Eventually they decided they'd have to evacuate. They started getting people out of the cryopods a few at a time to try to get to the escape pods. I guess it started figuring out that they were doing that, so they had to kind of start bouncing back and forth between different, the ones on deck 3 and the ones on deck 1, till it got to the point where it was just a couple of crew left, and the rest of the cryopods they kind of had to just abandon. It seems like, based on what they've left here, and that was within like the first year. So then there's about 4 years in the middle that's not really accounted for. But it looks like after about 10 months, there's just a couple of people confined to 2 or 3 rooms at that far end of deck 2, in what they're calling the research department. That's not on the schematic, but they've like locked themselves in there and are just trying to hold. They're noting that the power's slowly going down. They're just trying to hold out as long as they can. I don't know if they even had the kind of supplies that would have been required to last them this long. But I've been communicating with somebody, so it sounds like there's at least one person left alive in there, and I'm trying to get the ship to run a scan to see if I can pick up any life signs on board.
Suddenly, I whip around and look to the side, and I jump back, and then I slowly I shake my head and I Yeah, sorry. Just, one of my tics.
I'll kind of look over the same way he was looking. Do I see anything?
He looks pretty nervous, starting to look a little pale.
Well, he said he looked off to the side. I want to look where he was looking.
Oh.
And see if I can see what he saw.
The lights are starting to come back on. No, that doesn't look like anything. There's there's blood stains on the floor and the various bodies that I've described and things like that. But
Well, look.
didn't-
Okay, so here's
nothing
here's our
looks like it's
situation.
moved.
I gotta get a new suit. So I either gotta go back to the shuttle, get a new suit, or find one here. All the cabinets I've opened, and I open this one and show him my friend, seem to be occupied with something other than suits.
Person folded into
we got to find us a suit, or we're not going to be able to do a whole lot about fixing this place. We got about 5 hours, assuming I get a suit. This dude down in medical, if he's real, what's the priority here?
I mean, I'm getting messages from somebody, somebody who knows enough about the ship to know that somebody's here, operate these, the systems enough to send messages to us. It very well could
All
be
right,
a
how about this?
of some, whatever it is, it's smart enough to know how to operate the ship.
I said,
So it's
go down the hallway to medical and see if we can't find a suit
Here's
down
my
there.
plan. Here's my recommendation as a class 7 technician.
Yeah.
We get
Sure.
your buddy and we get the fuck out of here.
I mean, agreed. Can I tell from the what I've looked at? Is there anything blocking? Is there a clear path from the bridge to that blacked out area without anything like any sealed off parts of the ship in the way?
When you guys came up through the Jeffries tubes, you shined your flashlights like down the hallway, and you didn't see anything. Like the hallway looked clean, so there wasn't anything blocking the door from the bridge to medical.
At least as far as the door to medical, there's
Yeah,
nothing.
looks
in our,
clear.
okay.
Now, Kagin, as they're having this conversation, you're kind of like head on a swivel, looking around, looking to the various doors. I didn't hear anybody say that they closed the door to
Correct.
to the bridge, but because your hand got stuck in it, you had to like partially close it like just a little bit so that your fingers could get back out, and I imagine you probably just like left it. So it's
Right.
about like 80% open. So as you're looking around, you're like just kind of like slowly kind of patrolling around the various areas, just kind of like keeping your head on a swivel. As you start going towards that door that's like 80% open, like down the hall, you start hearing,
There's noise out in the hallway.
Could you make that sound louder? Because I cannot hear it.
yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, fuck that shit.
That fucking sucks.
And for just a brief moment, like something kind of wet and smooth
Oh.
barely pokes, and then just immediately, like almost as soon as you see it, it's gone.
Okay, I
Of course, my
shake my head
rifle is
and
up.
I say,
Sure.
"Oh, it's nothing."
No, you guys are having a conversation. You're saying like as a
Oh,
as
this
a
is
level
Kagin.
whatever technician,
Yeah.
this is something.
we don't
this is
we don't
Kagin.
do
And then
Guys,
the sound, whatever
there's
peeked his
sound
head,
out in the hallway, and
Yeah,
I
whatever-
just seen something move.
whatever peaked is gone, and the sound is gone. You heard the sound, you saw something kind of like peak, something kind of smooth and wet, and then it's gone. The sound is
It
gone. The
looked
thing is
nasty,
gone.
whatever it
Okay,
was.
what? You
There's a sound out in the hallway, and as I was looking that way, something kind of peeked down from above, and the second I seen it, noticed it, it was gone.
you sure it was there?
Yeah.
Sometimes
no
people
doubt
see
about
things
it.
that aren't there.
No, this was there. I seen it.
Spoken like a
Hey,
man
I've
with
been doing
feeling.
this for a long time. I know when
All right, I
something's
go to
not
the
supposed
door
to be
and
where
I
it's
shut
at.
that door.
Right.
And I lock it.
Door shuts. Okay.
All right,
Can't
well,
get to medical
That's
now.
the
and
only
you
door?
Can't
I
get your
thought there was
suit.
other doors.
we
No, there's a door to engineering. There's a door to the hall and door to
Okay, so
engineering.
to get to medical, we got to go through that door that I just shut. Okay, well that doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense then.
So yeah, you're on the rightmost side of deck 2. There's a
Okay,
door
but
that leads
since
directly from the bridge to engineering, and a door that leads to the hallway that goes further down deck 2.
Did that scan for life signs pop anything up?
Yeah, we hadn't gotten to that. I had something for that too.
Oh, no, okay. That's okay.
No problem. So you start, as he says there's something at the door, you finish the scans for life signs or whatever. And yeah, when you're internal and you're able to like compensate for the radiation with a little bit of help from Chalmers, he says, "Oh, you need to filter out this exact type of radiation in your scan." So he helps you out a little bit. That scan, Kagin says that he sees something, and then as you turn back, the scan is finished. And yeah, now you're seeing one life sign coming from that hull reinforced area on deck 2.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a life sign, but it's movement from the Jeffries tubes outside of the bridge, going from deck 2 into deck 3. So you're getting some movement markers,
Okay.
but no life signs. It's not saying anything's alive. Just something moving from between the Jeffries tubes up into deck 3 and then like down the hall to deck 3, and then it stops moving around the crew quarters.
That's your bug. That's your bug.
Stops moving. There's no signal anymore.
What's that?
When it stops moving, there's no more signal. It just vanishes.
Yeah, because it was only a movement tracker, and when it gets up to the crew quarter or to the colonist quarters, because the crew quarters are on deck 2. When it comes up to the general quarters on deck 3, it just stops. You don't get a movement
that's your
marker
boy
anymore.
down on deck 2, and that's our unfriendly friend up on deck 3.
Well, do you know of any reason why it would show movement, but there's no life sign attached to it?
Yeah, because it's not a
is
life
this like
sign that the thing is designed to detect, right?
I mean, I would think alive is alive. I don't know how it's supposed to
No,
show
man.
there is a
No,
life
man.
sign.
There's all kinds of things. When we scan, look, this is the way this gear works, right? When we scan for life signs, what we're looking for are the telltale signatures of life. It's not fucking magic, right? There's biochemical fingerprints. There's heat signatures. There's things that we can infer make something alive. But if it's some type of weird bullshit that we don't know what to detect for, then it's not going to show up as alive, right?
Okay. Well, okay. We're going to need to leave this room eventually.
Let's
to
do
get
it
off the
sooner
ship
rather than
at
later.
all. Is there a way that we can take that scan and send it to something that we have handheld so we can see where it's moving when we leave this room? Or can we only see it from the bridge?
You want to rig up something so that you can like.
I'm asking Chalmers if he's aware of if there like we have something on our gear that can show like the schematic or he does anyway. I'm wondering if there's a way that we can have that light
to see if it's coming at us
that we can take with us, so we don't have to just watch from in here. We can actually keep track of where this thing is moving in case we have to make a quick detour somewhere while we're moving about the ship.
Yeah, you make some adjustments to your gear or whatnot to kind of see if you can't detect specialize it more to
I've got a
detect
dyno
movement.
scanner that can take
make
care of
those
that.
adjustments.
That's the easy part. The hard part is finding specifically what this thing is. We're going to need a lot more data. There's 98% of all life in the universe that we know about is carbon based. A little over 2% is based on silicon, and God knows whatever thing. It's more of a theoretical. Maybe this is that. Maybe we can look for this thing by looking at neighboring elements. It's gonna take some time. I can rig up something.
Okay. If it can detect that it's moving.
Mhm.
If we can just show that we can detect when it moves and where it's moving to,
we can avoid it.
that might do us. We can just avoid where it's
Let's
moving.
hut this shit and get down to your buddy and get the hell out of here.
I agree. I want to get out of here too. I just want to make sure that we don't need to get into this thing in a dark corridor.
I am remotely shutting and locking the doors on the shuttle.
That's probably a good
Gotcha.
idea.
All right. Yep. You get a confirmation that the doors to the shuttle are locked.
Okay. So,
All right.
And it looks like, based on what we've seen here, that there are, if we can get down about halfway down the corridor, there's another tube or access panel to each of the other two decks, So if need be, we can detour up or down a deck and keep moving to try to avoid whatever the fuck.
And
so
checking on
we
our
need to
countdown
be-
clock, you've got about 4.5 hours left because
Yeah.
you guys have done
I
some
feel like-
compiling and talking.
Yeah, I feel like fixing or recovering anything valuable is going to take a second chair to get the fuck out of here. This thing needs to be nuked from, get about a 1,000 kilometers away and just shoot a missile at this
Hey,
fucking
wait a
thing.
minute. Tell your buddy to meet us in the cargo hold. He knows how to get to the cargo hold, right?
Okay, I'm sure he'd know, but maybe he can't get there. Let me see. I'll go back to the chat window and send another message and just say, can you get to the cargo hold from where you are?
The response is I can get down to deck 1, but the cargo room, let's see, no, I can get down to deck 1 of research, but deck 1 research door, I can't get it open.
Okay. And I'll send back. Is that an issue with? Is the door damaged, or is there some kind
So
of?
I feel like we're going to be there already.
Well, I mean, if it's because like there's like a thing down that you can't get through no matter what. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hallway.
If you say, is the door damaged, and they respond
is
like
the door damaged, or is there some other problem?
Heavy equipment hit the door.
Okay.
It's off. Jumped track, can't move.
Okay. So that we can't get that door open. We're gonna have to try to find a way to get into and out of research. Find the first tube we can get back down to deck 1. Jump on the shuttle and gun it the fuck out
Your
of here.
buddy needs to meet us in the hallway on deck 2. We're going his direction. Tell him to meet us halfway.
All right. I'll send back a new message and just say, we're heading out into deck 2, headed your way. Can you meet us? Meet us in the middle. Can we meet in the middle somewhere?
Sounds like a country song.
Yep. Thinking right quick. Hallway. The response is hallways are the most dangerous. I'll meet you in medical. But no further. So meet you in medical.
All right, let's do
We gotta
this.
get to medical.
We're probably there already.
We can probably. Yeah, we got to go. So
All right.
I'll really quick just get as much of that log as I can and download it to whatever I have on me, so I can leave the ship with it, just so I can say, hey, here's what happened. We got proof of what happened, and then we're moving down towards medical.
All right.
And
So you
trying to keep track of. I'm telling Chalmers, try to keep track of this thing moving as best you can in case we have to hide somewhere or take a detour.
Sure. All right. So you open up the doors. I imagine you open up doors to the hallway and start heading down the hallway of deck 2.
Yeah, and I'll kind of pull my sidearm out and just hold it down, just so I have it at hand.
I
ready to
pull us
go.
up and ready.
All right. And Kagin, you were looking for something on deck 3. That may be a lost cause. You may be saying fuck it at this point, but I just want to
Hey.
remind you.
I know, and I'm thinking along those lines, but as it sits right now, I'm not going to try to sneak away and find it.
That's fine.
I am
We
dumb.
could cover
I'm not
more
stupid.
ground if we split up.
I just wanted to make sure you considered it. That's fine.
I
You're
have.
abandoning it. You're abandoning it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's,
All right. Doors open to the hallway. It's starting. It's lit up now. Looks clean. Doesn't look like anything is wrong with it, except as now you're able to cleanly look all the way down to where the doors and at the far end of the hallway. At the far end of the hallway, you see like the red plus sign for medical, where half of it's on one door and half of it's on the other door. There's something like black and smooth and like crystal, like a large like part of a large crystal, like poking through the roof, like just the point of a black crystal at the roof right in front of medical. It's like the tip of
You're
a
saying
large crystal
the ceiling has
broken.
bent in, and there's a crystal poking down where it's clearly punctured the floor.
Well, it's just the tip, so just like maybe like 12 inches of the point of something black
Can
and
I try to
crystalline.
shoot it?
Sure. You take your rifle and the shot hits it and just bounces off, just reflects.
Hey, Kagin, man! I think that thing lives up on 3. I think that thing lives up on 3, feeding on all the people, and that's like maybe part of its nest is like come down through the. Let's just get to the door.
All right, so you guys start walking down the hallway.
And as we move down the hallway, you said before when we got here that a couple of the crew quarter doorways were partially open. Are they open enough that we can look? Like I can look into one as we walk by and see anything in there? Just to check and see if there's just like carnage in there or what?
Yeah, as you just kind of like pass by. As you pass by and you just kind of like look in, not like going in or taking too long, just kind of poking your head in right quick as you kind of move along. They just kind of look like they've been ransacked, like they've just kind of been tossed. Like stuff is kind of haphazardly all over the place.
Go.
Okay.
Yeah, it just kind of looks
I'm
scattered.
asking Chalmers the whole way. Are we getting any movement?
I got nothing, man. It's clean, except us.
Okay. All right. We just gotta keep moving.
Where's that?
We get to the.
Where's
get
the?
to medical
Where's the life sign
as
for
fast
our
as-
friend?
The life sign for your friend is you start to see it kind of move towards, and it looks like it's behind that medical door. So it looks like it's in medical. It's moved from the dark area into medical. And then as you're coming down the door, you're looking out for beeps, you're looking out for movement, and as you start as you get about 50 feet from the tip of the black crystal, the feed for the movement sensor, whatever, like it just starts cutting out. Like it's just like
It's
static.
some type of interference, or there's something else.
Yeah, some type of interference. Like you can see, like it's got you overlaid it over a graphic of the hulls of the ship, so you saw yourselves moving. So you can see yourselves moving down the hall because it's tracking movement. So you've got a diagram of the ship, and you see yourselves moving down the hall. And as you get within 50 feet of the point of that black crystal, it just starts, like the whole schematic starts fritzing out and is data and error.
Got it.
You
So it's
can't
not
see
going to be
your
reliable
movement. You
near
can't
that
see any
near that
They
thing.
just
Got it.
cuts out.
I look at Chalmers and I go, do you think this material is interfering with
It must be
like, you
emitting
can't
some
get a
kind of
signal through it?
radiation. I don't know. Let's get to that door, signal your dude, and get the hell out of here.
Okay.
As you make it up to the door, the point of this crystal is right at the ceiling, right above medical. And I imagine somebody make a roll to try to crack the door and try to get medical open. But as you're doing that, as someone's making that roll, you can see some writing on the crystal itself. Your stream is still. What's showing on the? Oh no. Let's try.
Ship layout.
You see some writing on the crystal.
Is it writing or is it carved?
Well, no, it doesn't look like it's carved in. It looks like it's on the surface. So it looks like it's written.
Can any of us understand any of this?
Do you know what language this is?
Running a quick scan over it, like, no, you don't. It doesn't register as any language in the known database. And then did somebody give me a roll to try to get the door to medical
Chalmers,
open?
I think that he's your brother.
You, Chalmers? I mean, it is, but I would think you'd be the one who would be working on getting the door
I
open.
think that
of
he
anybody.
who has not failed a pull is opening the door.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
So motivated by being close to your brother, you.
Yeah, I'm gonna just if there's like now is there like a keypad or is it like a palm thing or is it just a button?
It's a keypad. So yeah, you start like.
I'll approach the keypad and try to open the door.
Sure. and with a little bit of help from Chalmers, like giving you
Nope.
some advice or some things at 96. That is a match.
Yep.
We had a 96 already.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, as you start to enter those, hitting the peak pad, trying to get it open, it starts to open up, and as it starts to open up, there was a Jeffries tube, like right next to one of your legs, and so let me take a look at my alien so I can describe. So this very thin, like this very bone thin, aqua green arm just reaches out from the Jeffries tube. The tube is about 6 feet, 6 feet from where your leg is, and so this arm reaches out, and this claw swipes your leg, and like cuts your suit and brings you to your knees, and then the arm just retracts, just lightning quick, just out, snag, back.
Ow. Is it bad enough that I can't like stand back up?
Well, you backpedal away from it, and I imagine that Kagin probably like fires a couple of shots at the Jeffries door. So a couple of shots go into the Jeffries door or whatnot, and you hear that kind of like coming out of the Jeffries tube, and you hear something like going down the tube and like skittering and scratching going down the tube.
Oh, I
Say
probably,
a few shots.
I thought it came out from behind me. So if it came out from the front, because I thought I was at the door.
No, it came
So
out
we're
like
going to
knee height from like a Jeffries tube or something between deck 1 and deck 2. So it was coming like up from deck 1.
Yeah.
Attacked your leg, and
was the tube? So did it attack me from behind? Then
No, it came up from below, man. It came up from like,
yeah.
It wasn't something you were paying attention to because we're not really concerned about those things.
Where on my leg is the wound on the back of the leg, like my hamstring, or is it?
Yeah, like on the back of your leg.
Okay, so I'll like stumble into the door and get push myself back up onto my feet. Can I put weight on that leg?
Not really. Like it's it hurts a lot to put weight on your leg, so you're kind of limping a little bit,
staggering a little bit. But I'll curse and point at the where I think it came from. I think I heard somebody say that Kagin fired a couple shots at it.
You're right.
Like fucking, it's in the tube. Fucking watch the tube. Ow.
Okay. And the door to medical, like starts to open. I imagine you guys like bum rush it and then like hit the close button, hit the close, and it's not even halfway open before it starts to close again. And you're in medical, and everybody like weapons.
Yeah, I got my sidearm out, sweeping in front of me, just in case.
As you hear the voice of Nathan go, Jason, it's really you?
Holy shit! What the fuck is that thing?
Fuck if I know.
Ow! I'll kind of like limp over. Are there like tables or gurneys or something that I could like sit down on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chalmers, find a suit.
Yep.
Ow! Yeah, find a suit and get me something for this. Ow!
And as you look around the room, you see that like all the beds have either been pulled up or pushed towards the side, towards the walls, and there's one examination table or bed like in the dead center of the room, and that's the one that Nathan was hiding behind. And Nathan's like, up on the one in the middle. You two, watch the walls. Just watch the walls. It'll come through the ceiling or the walls. And he gets you up there, and he starts taking stuff like out of like a pack out of his pack, and he starts like applying some med tape and like some stems. And
as he does that, I'm gonna kind of pull the box out of my pocket and hand it to him and say, here, if you don't have nothing else, that should get me at least moving to the ship so we can get the fuck out of here if you can't do anything else with it. How are you the only one here? How are you still? It's been 5 years. How are you still fucking alive here?
And he's attending your leg. He's like, fuck, I didn't realize it'd been 5 years. And he grabs the box and like sticks it in his own pack or whatever. Like, oh shit, you're gonna like, have you got a ship? Can we get out of here?
We have a shuttle, and there's a freighter that we can fly off to, but we got to get down to the docking bay to get to it. We've sealed it off, so nothing can get in while we're in here. But we just got to get there and get the hell out of here as fast as we can.
I'm going to pause just for a second and speculate. This guy's not what he says he is. And Chalmers says, hold on a minute. This is your brother?
Yeah. Chalmers, Kagin, meet Daniel Martin, aka my big brother Nathan. Nathan, do you want to tell him why you're going by a different name, or should I?
I got on the wrong side of the wrong people, and people want Nathan. That's why I'm Dylan now. Can we just concentrate on getting out of here alive?
I'm just saying, just for the record, bear with me for a second. There's some weird ass alien life form on the ship, right? And I'm currently holding up the scanner, looking at this guy. Is this guy showing up as pure human? Straight up, what's expected?
Yes, he's showing up as pure human. Would any? I will also say, if anybody wants to like try to run a cipher or something on that script, you could also be doing that and like, be running a cipher on it if you want to try to decode
that. There's a pull
that.
for that, right?
Can I ask?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes.
Can I ask? Does Nathan look? I mean, granted, he's been hiding out here for 5 years, but apart from that, does he look significantly different from when I last saw him?
No, he looks mostly the same if someone like lived on, the bare minimum of calories for
for about
support,
4
right?
years. I'm not
or
buying
so.
it.
So he's looking.
I'm not buying it.
Looking ragged, looking exhausted, but same guy. Okay. So I'll kind of give him what help I can, getting my own leg patched up.
Sure. Now, Clarke, from like having read a little bit more in detail, there were some entries from Dylan that said that they were building like food replicators and environmental. So that now maybe you didn't take the time to tell everybody, but you've got reason to believe that he built an environmental, that he built like a food replicator to keep himself. Okay. But that may not have been like a detail that you shared with them. You just said, hey, there's someone down there, we got to go down there. They were grabbing batteries to keep life support up. So so Chalmers, you've got good reason. Like, 5 years, like just
we
on,
got here. The atmosphere
where's the
was
food coming
toxic
from?
when
Where's
we got
the
here. There
environmental
wasn't even
coming
enough
from?
pressure.
Yeah.
I'm like, how'd they pull this shit off? They must be some kind of scientists.
Well, I will tell you, as you're taking like a radiation reading in medical, the radiation reading in medical is the lowest you've seen throughout the entire ship. So radiation levels are lower here than has been anywhere else. So
I don't like
any
a little of this.
Cleaner. All right.
As we're working on this, can I don't know how much progress we've made in getting it, so I can at least try to walk out of here. But I'm gonna look around at the state of this room and say, what the hell happened in here? What were you guys? What was going on? It sounded like you would need this place if people were getting attacked by something. Why is there only one examination table?
And why did your buddy, the creature, not come in here?
We've fortified medical and we've fortified research as much as we could. That's where we decided to hold up, because it had the med supplies and it had the research, had the technology to build the replicators and to build the environmental so that we could stay alive. We pulled up battery packs from the cargo area for the various terraforming equipment, and that gave me enough supplies and things to hold out, to try to wait for someone to rescue us. We pushed everything to the walls because that's where it likes to tear holes. That's like the crew that almost made it, the last ones to live.
It seems awfully curious. Look, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. Through the various stims and medical supplies that he had, he's able to patch your leg up enough that you can move on it now.
Okay. And I'm probably not entirely 100% steady, but I'm up and moving, and I don't need to like lean on someone. I can kind of move by myself.
You can move by yourself, but if you want to run, somebody has to help you run, but you can move on your own.
Okay. Is there a faster way from here to deck 1 than just going back out the door we came in from and down through the tube? Because I don't want to do that.
Yeah, there's tubes, at every 50 feet, 100 feet or so. So you can always grab a tube. There's the mag lift just outside of medical door. There's a mag lift, and you have restored the power. Okay. There's a mag lift in the middle of deck 2 going into deck 1 that would lead into the rightmost part of the docking area, and then there's the mag tube right in front of engineering.
Yeah.
And just to keep, and your clock is probably down to about 4 hours now.
Yeah.
It probably took you about 30 minutes.
As we're kind of starting to get up and get ready to go, I'll look at Nathan and say, hey, what part of the ship has it kind of stuck to the most? Do we need to stay on deck 2 as long as possible, or get down to deck 1 right away?
The only place we've been able to keep it out of is research and medical. It can use the tubes and get everywhere else.
We're just gonna have to. I guess we just have to move fast and hope for the best. Or do you have any kind? Does he have any kind of weapon on him that he can use?
I'll
ask him. Like, are you armed?
He holds up like a laser pistol. Like, this thing's been dead for months, but that was the last.
Does it hurt it? Does it hurt our friend?
Yeah, the laser pistols, laser rifles. Yeah, it can be hurt. It's just fast and tough.
Do you have any idea?
Okay, this is a fascinating fucking conversation, but we are getting out of here. Let's take the nearest elevator and have this conversation in the elevator.
Okay.
I never took the time to decode it.
Okay, has the thing ever gotten into the mag lift at all?
Oh,
Does it know how to get in there?
Yeah, I saw somebody pulled through the grates.
All right. Well, I guess it's just the best of a bunch of bad options. So we just gotta fucking go. So let's go.
All right.
We're gonna make for the mag lift and get down to deck 1 as fast as possible.
Okay, the one right outside of medical.
Yeah.
That would be right near the tube where you were attacked, and is in the dead zone for the movement detector.
Chalmers, is that other mag lift further down? Will that let us out right by the shuttle, so we can just get right out and get right on the shuttle and go?
Down to the left.
Oh, it's down the further end, isn't it? What do you think? Do you want to take the nearest lift, because it was just right there?
Well, that's what I wanted to do until your brother said that was a death trap. So I guess let's take the next one over.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Just take not the nearest.
Let me ask a different question.
The second one.
Dylan, Duncan, Martin, David, whatever your name is. What's the fastest way down to the fourth section of the cargo deck?
The middle mag lift in the middle of deck 2 and 1. The elevator, the box is halfway between 2 and 1. You can jump down on top of the top of the elevator, and then jump down into the door, and then it's just enough onto deck 1, and I think we left the door open that you can squeeze through one by one.
Oh,
and drop
the
down
power
into deck
on now.
1.
Is that still? Do you think that's still the case?
Oh, I don't know. With the power back on,
let's
it may
just
have
fucking
moved.
do it. Let's get out of here.
All right, we gotta just go. I've got my sidearm ready to go.
I can let the other guy borrow my pistol.
All right.
Okay.
And
okay.
Then I've still got my rifle and
I'm turning on my fusion welder.
All right. So you hand You hand his brother a.
We can just call him Nathan now. He probably doesn't need to
Nathan.
go by his fake name anymore.
You hand Nathan a live pistol. He takes it, he looks at it, and then he does just like a basic like check. Obviously he doesn't like check the chamber, but like the equivalent of like like a power cycle to make sure it's. And then he like sticks it. He looks up and he sticks it into into like his belt or whatever, and picks up his pack.
God, I thought you were gonna say you
He's
shoot.
like, all right, let's go.
Gotta go.
Yeah. That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We just gotta get out, open this door, and just make a fucking run for it.
All right. As you open the door, and you see the hallway, and you see the point of that black, crystal.
Mhm.
The black crystal is now starting to leak this lavender smoke is starting to slowly leak out of the
Nathan, what is that?
out of the black crystal into the hallway. You guys,
Oh fuck!
fuck if I know.
Hold your breath. He's not wearing a suit, right? He doesn't have an oxygen supply. He's gonna be breathing his shit in unless he holds his breath.
Yeah, no, he's in a suit. Like he had an environmental suit just like you guys.
Let's book it.
Okay.
Chalmers, did you get one? They're in medical. Did you get a
The
suit?
only thing wrong with his is the radiation
It's got a
part.
seal.
He doesn't.
It's
He
just
has.
not radiation shielded. Let's just run, go, go, go.
All right.
Go get to that second mag lift and take it.
All right. As you run through that lavender smoke that's just slowly kind of trickling, as you run anywhere near the lavender smoke, I'm gonna need a roll from everyone to try to stay out of it and not have the
Of
effects
course
of
you
it.
do.
Oh boy.
So everyone starts.
Here I go
running
jumping
down.
off that balcony again.
Oh boy.
Chalmers is trying to hold Clarke and get run with Clarke, helping him with his leg, and Kagin is keeping his head on a swivel, looking around, watching the various tubes, and Nathan is following you up. 20 is following you up, right behind.
A minute.
72 and 64. All safe
Barely.
numbers. All right.
Holy shit. Do
You
we
guys
need to
make it-
roll for Nathan? Do we need to roll for Nathan?
No,
Okay.
Nathan can't. Well, yeah, Nathan's not a PC. So you guys, you're able, the smoke is coming down, but you're able to avoid it and kind of get around it. You run down to the mag lift that's halfway to level 2, and as you get to there, you see that the elevator in the mag lift door is open, but the elevator is not at an inhuman speed, but at a very quick speed. It is just rocketing up to 3, and then rocketing down to 1, rocketing up to 3, rocketing down to 1. It's just shooting up and down. And if you take a minute, if you take just a couple of seconds, just kind of catching your breath after having run halfway down the hall or whatnot, maybe, just maybe, you might be able to time it to jump down and kind of somebody looks out or shines their flashlight, and you can see that all 3 of the mag lift doors on 3, 2, and 1 are open. Maybe you could time it and jump down and
You're out of
roll.
your fucking mind.
So you could,
No.
if you timed it just right as it went up to deck 3, you could jump down,
Is there,
hit that, roll
button,
forward.
an elevator call button. If we hit that, maybe that'll stop it somewhere.
Okay,
I'm gonna reach out and hit the call button.
Yeah, you hit.
I
it doesn't stop it.
I
It
hacked the
keeps
panel.
at the same
I fixed
speed.
the elevator.
All right.
2 rolls.
That'll be 2 rolls.
2 rolls.
Oh fuck! I've got my sidearm pointed, my pistol pointed down one direction, hoping somebody's gonna cover the other way.
So you're trying,
Hey.
no questions asked. Chalmers just stands right, runs into it, starts hacking away, and as he's hacking, he's getting into it. He's leaning forward, and the elevator comes rushing down. And as you get it, and it just stops right in front of you, and it's just slowly vibrating
Inside.
right in front of you, and then and the door's open, and it's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
slightly vibrating.
Get in.
Down to
All
one.
right, everybody rushes in, and okay, hit down to 1. It goes down to 1, and the door's
And
open,
out.
and it's just sitting there, just vibrating.
Yeah.
And out. Who's the last person to go out? Chalmers, I think you're probably going to try to help.
It would probably
Clarke.
be. Well, I mean, just of the three of us, it would probably be Nathan because it was Kagin going first with the big rifle.
Yeah.
And then the two
Horror
of us in the
movies
middle,
are
and
all
Nathan
about
had the
learning
rear.
by
It's probably gonna be
proxy.
Nathan.
So something should happen to Nathan before it happens to us.
All right. I understand. So in that case, Clarke, give me a roll. Someone was going to have to roll. It's just whoever was at the back, and Clarke has rolled the least
Oh, shit.
recently.
Okay.
2.
I see
Rock
Greg. I
on.
see, yeah.
Yes.
Yep, 2. All right. So as you guys are jumping out, Nathan sees like the green. Here comes that green hand, and the motion detector like explodes with movement, and we see this, a very, very thin, bone-thin green hand like jut through the top of and not through the top of the grate, just through the top of the ceiling. Just go through the top of the ceiling of the elevator and like reach through, and like it's going for Clarke. And as it's going for Clarke, Nathan like tackles you from behind and like dive tackles you through the door, and you just see the hand like strike left and right and then recoil, and you hear
Can I
that
shoot it?
in it up in the
Go.
Do you actually want to hit it, or do you just? If you want to hit it, I'm gonna need a roll. If you just want to shoot at it and just like try to discourage it, you can shoot wildly at it.
Oh, okay. One of us has got to die in this, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to shoot.
All right.
I got to give him a
Madman.
chance.
Sure. For
I was
one
more than
roll,
happy to get all of us out of here, but okay.
for one roll, I'll let you hit it and hurt it. For 3 rolls, I'll let you shoot its arm off.
No, I just want to shoot it and hurt it.
All right, just shoot it and hurt it. Give me a roll.
Oh God.
So those keen reflexes kick in. Keegan like whips his rifle. As Nathan dives forward, Keegan immediately snaps back, cracks off a shot.
Make it?
Did that work?
Yep. And you see a
Holy
splatter. You see a splatter of orange liquid go against the wall of the back wall of the elevator, and as the orange liquid from the arm, the arm retracts, and there's a tight, and as the orange slime like slides down the back of the elevator, you can just see deep burn marks. It's not sizzling. There's no like smoke, but as it goes down, like the paint has been removed, and the metal of the elevator is just being like burnt and scarred as it slowly slides down.
It's got acid xenomorph blood. Cool. Good. Great.
And you guys start running
Get a fucking
across.
Move on.
And you guys start running across the cargo bay towards
Our shuttle.
towards the door towards your shuttle. Yep. So I imagine so Chalmers is helping you. You're running along, and as you're running along, the motion detector you can see like above you, or in like a Jeffries tube above deck 1. It's like the movement is going towards the shuttle, and you're running, and this thing is like catching up.
No.
Beep, 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 beep.
I say, Kagin, get ready!
Let's right. And you hear a twisting of metal, and like a chunk of the ceiling like falls down and tries to fall on top of whoever's taking the lead, which is probably Kagin. So Kagin, if you can give me a roll to avoid this, like we see like a twist, as like a piece of the ceiling like drops down.
I jump off the railing. Oh, no, I guess that's a different game.
Fair enough. So we
Oh.
see like a just a chunk of ceiling has just been ripped off and like thrown down towards.
You got the
Fine.
kid.
Here we go.
Come on.
And as that ceiling is ripping down, you can finally get a good look at what's been plaguing you, waiting for
Here
the
we
roll.
go.
Fuck. Oh, good.
That's fine. You finally get to see. So from this open ceiling, you see for the first time poking its head through and like
what the
doing that.
hell
Hello?
is that?
As you can see,
It's
like
got a vagina on its face.
yeah, as the little flaps like come out and like rattle.
Oh, it's like really fucked up predator face.
Oh my god.
That's fucking
Well.
gross. That is gross.
So it throws a piece of the ceiling down and then like stands there like chitters at you and then like pulls back into the Jeffries tube that it was in. And you guys make it to the
I'm
door. Now you lock
unlocking it
the
as we
door
get to
to
it.
keep it, All right. So you unlock the door and it opens, and as it opens, you see it like drop out of the Jeffries tube a little further back into cargo bay, and it starts like picking up various
The fingers
boxes
are faster
and like,
than the
throwing
box.
boxes. Like it's just throwing cargo. Yep, I understand. But while in the time that it takes that to open and like everybody to pile in, it's going to throw box. I need one last roll from everybody to kind of
Alright.
avoid the boxes
Alright,
and run down
alright.
the hallway into your.
Got this.
Okay.
Hey! I think 87 is good.
Yep.
58.
So you guys are like dodging.
Yes. I think it's good.
Yep, 58's good. And 93.
All right.
It's also
think that-
good.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh my
Yep, all-
god.
So it's throwing various boxes and like probably I'm gonna say that Chalmers hasn't been hurt. So Chalmers, you actually do take like a splinter of the board, like or one of the cargo crates actually does like catch you in the back of your left arm. So like in your
flesh arm?
bicep. So like a piece of crate like does go in and like pierce you, and you're like but you're all able to get into, and then you're as fast as you can you hit the.
When you get hit, I'm gonna kind of like shove, because he's already got an armor on me, so I'm just gonna shove forward with him just to make sure he keeps moving.
Sure. And you start hitting the door to like close, and as the door closes, you see like the fingers of it, like those three, just like it's got 3 toes, it's got 3 fingers, and like the 3 fingers like grab the door and start trying. And you can see the door, like the door of the outside door of the ISS Auerbach. It's trying to close, and these fingers are just pulling
Shoot it!
against the gears, and it's just slowly
Shoot it.
starting to open, and you can hear that.
Oh, we're going to...
Shoot her! Full on Muldoon from Jurassic Park.
Gonna shoot it in the face.
Shoot it.
I'm going to shoot it whatever I can see. If I can see the face, yeah.
Yep, it's slowly peeling at 40.
40. Is that good?
Ha.
That's good.
All right.
Yes.
Wow, we were having so many
I'm
doubles,
sorry.
and now we're nothing. Now I'm getting nothing.
Yeah, we promoted it. We got it all out of the way early.
So, Kagin, not trying to be a precise shot. I imagine he's just ripping. He just starts ripping shots. Shots are flying past, like just over shoulders, just past ears, just overhead. Like these things are clipping you guys just barely by the ears, and he plants like 3 shots right in it, pat, 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 right in its face, and it and just recoils, and the door slams shut, and you're able to run back to the shuttle, and
Yep. I'll jump back into the pilot seat and just pure adrenaline. Fly that. Get
Wait,
that thing out,
wait.
Fly it back as
We have
fast
to wait
as
for
it'll
the
go.
docking collar to
All right.
come off. Okay, now.
all right. So just like you had to make a roll to like dock with it, but you have assistance. I'm gonna ask for one final roll to pull away, and because as your adrenaline is going, you're trying to pull away, but to not collide, and and damage your shuttle as you pull away. Give me one last roll, and this will be the last roll of the night.
Come on.
36.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
Holy
So,
fucking crap.
Through the adrenaline, you're back calm, cool,
I'm
and
an
collected.
8 pilot, you guys.
Yep.
This is what I'm good at.
You're able to keep that adrenaline in check, and you pull away. And as you pull away, you see see, yeah, the door closed. You start to see the outside door of the Auerbach. You start to see it like buckle in various places, like something's punching or pushing at it. So you see it like bump, 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 and then it just stops. And you pull away, and you safely return to the ISS Manticore.
I'll turn and look at Chalmers as we're pulling away, and I go, "You think we'll get hazard pay for
goddamn
this?"
Certain we're gonna get a hazard motherfucking bullshit pay for this bullshit.
like delirious laughter, just that rush of holy fuck, how are we still alive?
They're not even gonna believe this. Good thing
God.
we got some scans and some.
I told you
got
I'm
your logs.
You are good. You're fucking great with that thing. Holy shit.
All right. So
I got everything. I downloaded everything we could get right here. So
you downloaded everything, when you finally get back onto the ISS Manticore, it's Nathan? Yeah. Nathan finally like the adrenaline, he kind of he just kind of gets a little bit, woozy and whatnot.
I kind of grab him by the shirt. I just go, food, shower, sleep, and I just shove him toward where the crew quarters are.
He doesn't really resist. You take him to medical. Obviously he's dehydrated. He's malnourished. He's probably got maybe a small parasite or something. So you start getting some drugs into him. I don't know if Chalmers and Kagin, you both start taking your radiation treatment to try to get that stuff off. Everybody does a radiation shower to get the radiation off of them. You start plotting a course, start sending messages back to Apex. And if would anybody have spent time to try and decipher that language? Because you guys got a picture of it or something.
Did we get a scan of it so we could try to now?
Sure. You got it. Whether you did or you didn't, I'll give it to you. You get a scan of it.
Okay. Maybe the Manticore's software could pull something up that we couldn't get on the fly.
Yeah. Spending a couple days, maybe almost a week on it, you do actually start to run some decryption on it and things like that and start noticing patterns. And it's not a direct translation, but making some intuitive guesses and kind of piecing it together. The message seems to say, by the order of the Third High Council of the Galactic Order of Orion, you, Sososi, have been found guilty and are hereby sentenced to float in the cold of space till the heat death of the universe. May whatever gods that live take mercy on you and end your existence quickly.
Cool. So not just a freaky alien, a criminal.
It does seem a little curious that they're willing to consign this person to literal oblivion and eventual heat death. Well, I mean death in billions of years, rather than simply kill it.
They probably thought a long, drawn-out death would be more painful.
But then you're like, well, what's the objection to killing it, right? Well, there's a moral issue. We can't. But you can do all this bad. You can do all this bad stuff to him.
Well, maybe there's less severe crimes in the society that you just get shot in the head and it's over in a second. But this is you get to have the long, drawn-out version.
Holy shit!
And they just wanted to suffer.
Now, all I got to say is I can't believe.
I got to say is
no shit. After all the doubles we got right off the bat, I thought we were fucked.
It's a darkened hallway, very little light. Camera moves through, and you hear.
And with that is Under a Metal Sky. Yeah, you guys, there was about 20, I think I counted 28 or so rolls. Apparently I should have hit you a little harder in the beginning, but congratulations.
Well, we all had doubles, right? Didn't everybody? Or almost everybody?
We all had one.
Yeah, everybody had at least one double.
One more
I cut
double
my fingers off. Yeah, I cut my fingers. You sit there and...
I got hamstrung.
Yeah, you got hamstrung.
Yeah.
Oh, and you got the radiation stuff.
Yeah, he got radiation sickness. He's like a extra from Chernobyl.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Aaron. This was a lot of fun.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
God,
It was a
Thanks for playing.
blast.
that was amazing. Holy
So,
shit.
Um,
I can only imagine how much more stressful that would have been with an actual Jenga tower
I don't
on
think
the
we
table.
would have got
That
this
would have.
far.
Oh,
I
no.
that is
I
one
know.
of the
Well, I can guarantee you, I would not have got that far.
yeah.
Is it the
I mean,
same? Do you have the same rule from normal Jenga where you have to stack
Yeah.
the thing back on top when you pull it? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just trying to make it so it eventually falls for somebody.
right.
Good.
That's why I said me.
Cool.
According to my 5-minute Google search, I think the most pulls that anyone is supposedly have ever pulled on a Jenga tower is about 40 something. So that's the most that anyone reports to have had done on a Jenga tower is about 40 some odd. Yeah, it typically tends to fall over at somewhere between like the 15 to the 30 pull mark. You guys made 28 rolls, and everybody was on the verge of having the tower fall. And it is a lot more. It is wonderful in person because you can just see that tower starting to wobble and wiggle, and it's a wonderful tension building. So I highly recommend to any of you or to any of our audience out there, if you do get a chance to play Dread live and in person, that is the better way. But certainly I've adapted this format for doing it online. Again, it's rolling a 1d 100. I tend to give 2 hit points if it is 3 or less players. I might give a few more hit points depending on if you want a longer game, you can get more hit points. And then if you have a bigger pool of players, like 5, 6, or 7, I tend to only give 1 hit point because you can kind of spread that around a little bit more. So thank you all for playing. It was a wonderful time. I am a little disappointed that no one.
I was going to ask if you don't mind pulling back the curtain a little bit. Did you have anything in mind for how if one of us had failed a roll there right at the end, how somebody would have died? Did you have one in like locked and loaded?
No, it's an awful lot of this. At least my style with doing this, an awful lot of this is just improv.
Okay.
I can't even really start to do a lot of prep until after I get the questionnaires.
Gotcha.
I knew the ship was called the USS Auerbach. I had the pictures, and I knew there was an alien there. I didn't know what the mission was until somebody answered the question of what is the mission. I didn't know. Kagin had a thing that he was trying to hunt down. If anybody wants to talk about their secrets, you can certainly talk about the secrets of your various characters.
Well, I'll go ahead and do mine first. Basically, I don't have the mental abilities or anything of my people. But there was a circlet that one of my people that didn't have the power had created. That was basically on the ship, but it was on the 3rd level. And I was after that circlet so I could have mind control powers. But, of course, when all this other stuff went to hell,
that is
like,
the least
okay,
of our problems.
I don't
Unless
need
you could have
powers that
controlled
bad.
his mind, that would have been new.
Yeah,
Now,
right.
what
Yeah,
was
that
your-
would have been cool.
What
But
was your plan for it if you had gotten a hold of it? Did you have something you wanted to do with it?
basically, I wanted to go back to and claim my heritage. I wanted to go back to my planet and claim my... I wasn't wanting to control you guys or anything. I was wanting to go back to my planet.
Controlling us wouldn't get you very much.
I see the nodding. Wouldn't
No.
have gotten you much. No. I mean,
Now, if I could have gotten and controlled that alien, now that would have been cool.
I was gonna say most of mine I think kind of came out. The reason I was there and the reason I was so new on this ship is because my day job is working as a navigator on a military ship, and I got my dad, who's up higher, to do some nepotism shit and pull some strings that I got out for a little bit, because when they first tracked down this distress beacon, I at least knew that my brother, who was on the run from some either he had like a bounty on him for committing a crime, or he'd like borrowed money from the wrong people, some vague nebulous thing he'd fucked up with, and I knew he was hiding out on this ship, and we thought he was dead. But when we saw the ship pop in, I was like, hey, can you pull some strings and get me out here? We had thought that we thought we were going to get to this other captain first, because the captain we were going to pick up was a friend of ours, but we didn't even get that far. So we just had to kind of go and have me do it myself, which, turned out a lot better than I was expecting it to. I was like, oh shit, we haven't even gotten to the guy who's supposed to know what I'm doing here. And the box that I was carrying around that I handed Nathan right at the end to be like, in case of an emergency, give me one of these, was like an illegal stim, like basically steroids or something that I could like inject myself with to like push myself beyond normal human limits of, you're not supposed to have those. And I was like, this thing could be kind of fucked up. I'm going to bring some illegal shit just in case. That was what I had. And I kept half expecting it to be he was infected with something, whatever. And I just I wasn't going to think about it because I was just so happy to see him. Which when you started asking shit like that, I was like, oh, here it comes. It's going to happen. And then and luckily for us, it never happened. But I was halfway prepared for that.
Well, that's awesome.
So.
I didn't really have much of a secret. The only secret I had that wasn't really a secret was that I, because of my cybernetic implant and the neurological damage, I'm prone to hallucinations. But most people just think I'm a little strange and weird, and it doesn't really manifest very much until like there's stressful situations. And so I'm looking through the cameras, and Aaron is like, well, yeah, you're going through the cameras, and you don't see anything, and then there's like these shadows that move, and I was like, okay, okay, that's nothing. That's just me seeing that's the thing that happens. No big deal.
Actually, that was
but it's the perfect setup though, because
on the camera were not
like,
a
is it real or not? And we weren't where I would
yourself.
believe it yet. Because there wasn't really anything really to set that up. So.
I know, Aaron, you asked me. I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal now what one of the other question was that you asked me.
Oh, sure.
Was that what kind of disease are you the most afraid of?
Yeah, I forgot about that note and wasn't able to work that in. I meant to look up the the symptoms, the outward signs of dementia.
Yeah, because I said the thing that I'm most afraid of is like degenerative brain disease that like makes you start fucking with your memory, fucking with your cognition, that sort of thing. I was waiting for that to play into something, but it never really came up.
Yeah, it's a juggle because I'm trying to improv everything because I never know where you're going to go. I never know. I fully expected you guys to go to engineering and try to fix engineering, so I was waiting for some polls to fix engineering.
Maybe don't break the guy's radiation shield. He's just not going to go in the place with all the radiation in it.
Well, I didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have even told me how to fix it.
Well, that's just it. I only destroyed the radiation suits in the bridge. There were radiation suits in the crew cabins. There were radiation suits in the medical bay. As soon as we
found out about the dude and the alien, it was like there's this thing here that does this.
You guys were just...
We are out of here.
We gotta go. I didn't have time to be full on, video game completionist, wanting to explore every room, find all the collectibles.
We can't save every 5 minutes
and
then go back.
Audio log. Every corpse has an audio log on it. That's like the last 10 seconds of them screaming screaming in pain as they die.
Yeah, every other group that's gone through this has gone to engineering and fixed the radiation leak. No one has not
what did that
ever
get them?
Not fixed the radiation leak.
Yeah. This thing
usually one
fucked.
dead.
This thing was fucked. We're gonna get out of here and fucking shoot this thing with a missile from like the next solar system over and just blast it into pieces.
Like I said, I was so wanted to go get that circlet. I really did. And several times I was going, all right, I'm going to sneak off here. I was going to send you a message. I'm going to sneak off to find this. And then you had the movement up on third floor. I said, screw this shit. Movement's on third floor. I ain't sneaking nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was calling for low numbers of rolls because I was counting on someone going to engineering and trying to fix it. I was counting on Kagin going to the third level and trying to find his thing. So I was like, oh, I've got a few more pulls on the third level. I've got a few more pulls coming in engineering. And then by the time you started kind of like seeing it, and then you're like, nope, we're just out of here. Like, forget it, we're not fixing
www.nope.com.
anything. I'm like, oh no.
I was waiting for this thing to have like multiplied in the last however many years it's been on the ship, and we think okay, that one's over there, so we're good, and then there's like 3 more between us and the like. That's what I was waiting for. Like we're gonna look in the vents, it's gonna be like aliens, and there's like a dozen of them just crawling towards us.
Yeah.
That's what I was waiting for. Yeah, just take the easy way out at that point.
Yeah. But just to fully answer your question, Kyle, yeah, a lot of this for me is a whole lot of improv. So I get your questions back, and then I try to formulate those questions into the bare bones of the scenario that I have.
Mm-hmm.
And then just a lot of reacting to what you guys are saying, what you guys are doing, where you're going. And it's hard to like have an idea of how to kill somebody or how to do things because
sure. Yeah.
You guys didn't go to engineering. You didn't even go to the 3rd floor. So it's hard to know. I've had other crews burn a hole in the top of the Auerbach and go in at the 3rd floor.
Oh, interesting.
Like they just skipped cargo, skipped the second, they just went in at the 3rd floor.
Why would
and they cut their way in?
That sounds like you're just making it harder on yourself for no reason. It's got a docking bay right there. Why not even just at least try that first?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of reasons, right? Like, I mean, Kagin could have suggested that we do that, or recommended it from a security standpoint, or whatever, right? And then we would have all been like, okay. And then then we're on the 3rd floor, and then he does his thing. And...
Yeah. There's a lot of things that could have happened, but like I said, it was just, once we found out what we were fighting, I was with you guys. We're out of here. I don't need that circle. I don't need to get my reputation.
And you can always come back, right? You can always come back.
Yeah.
No. As he said, we're blowing it out of the sky.
Yeah. No, I want this thing fucking dead. I know it's on this ship now. I want this thing fucking floating in as goo in space.
Hey, maybe then I can find my circle.
Just as space junk?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and just to round things out too, all of your characters, Kagin, Clarke, and Chalmers, are all basically you guys are getting terminated. Like every one of you is losing your job because none of you did what you were supposed to do. You didn't recover the valuables. You barely recovered the data. You prioritized your brother.
And I got the log of what happened. That's I figured job well done. It's not even really my job anyway, so I'm fucking out of here.
Right. Well, Apex was not a friendly company. They were a very, shady ends justify the means kind of guys. So they came down on all of you guys really hard. You guys were all probably grounded on the nearest planet.
Meanwhile, some other slobs are sent back
terminated
to the ship. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fucking worth
They're still valuable terraforming equipment.
These three crazy guys came out of here and were like, man, some fucked up shit happened, but we don't believe them. We're gonna send the group number 2 of unfortunate fucking losers
onto
this ship.
The weapons division
and let them get
is hoping that
off.
it's all true.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to decide whether or not like the orbit degrades and like maybe it crashes into the moon, and I don't know what happens from there. That's probably what's probably about going to happen before somebody else can get there. I imagine Apex would probably send maybe a couple more soldiers. They're probably not going to send just like a bare bones crew. They're probably going to send a little bit more.
Yeah.
They're evil, but they're not stupid.
Colonial Marines. Sure.
One thing I liked about it is you gave us plenty of time. You gave us the questions, and so unlike last time, I was able to think about what I wanted to do.
It's fun to just
here.
show up like at a con. You just show up at the table, and then there's the questions, and you take the time and you do it. But it really helps having the time in advance to kind of get all that stuff squared away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it gives you a chance to, think a little bit more about what you want to do too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But thanks for playing, guys. I'm
had a blast.
Little disappointed, but it was a fun game.
Hey, I think killed somebody last time. At least this time
it'll happen.
We just got lucky on
You'll
our
get
rolls.
your jollies.
I don't know if this gives too much away.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure you'll get it to where you kill us all. But
I don't know if this gives too much away. Is this game kind of always set up so that this version of Dread is always set up that the problem is the alien creature, or are there alternate things that the bad thing could be?
Well, this particular scenario is a scenario that you get if you buy the Dread role-playing book. There is an actual physical hardcover book.
Okay.
It's not very expensive. It's usually print on demand. I think our local shop, Tabletop Games and Hobbies, I think they have a copy sitting on the shelf. So if you would like to get a copy of it, you certainly can. Or you can download the PDF directly from the publisher, or you can order a print on demand order copy of it. In the back of it comes 3 scenarios, and this is one of the 3 scenarios that you get in the back of the book.
Okay.
So it is written up pretty much to be an alien on the spaceship, and pretty much it's the plot to Aliens.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was waiting for it to be like, is this going to be like Dead Space? Is this going to be like Event Horizon? Like this thing went in and out of a black hole, and this is what's left.
The nice thing is, once you get comfortable with the system, basically you can just take any horror movie and just write the plot beats of a horror movie, and then change a few of the nouns. Rather than it being on a planet, it's on an abandoned space hulk. Rather than it being, maybe underwater, you put it out in space. Just change a few of the nouns.
Yeah.
Rather than it being a single murderer, it's a cult of 4 murderers. You just change a couple nouns around, and you can just run any horror plot from any horror movie. And you can have bloodbath slasher flicks. You can have suspenseful things,
cosmic horror.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah. This is great.
I'm currently working up another scenario in my head that is in the Cthulhu mythos. So
I don't know if I want that one.
Oh God, yes.
And someday I want to
bugfuck lunacy.
Yeah. Someday I want to find a group that's willing to spend a longer time playing. And I want to have 2 Jenga towers, and I want to run a Cthulhu in the Cthulhu mythos, and one tower will be like a physical tower, and one tower will be a mental tower. So some problems will have to be solved using the mental tower, and some problems will have to be solved by the physical tower, and some of them could go either way, so you could take your pick.
Yeah.
And but that'll take longer because you'll have 2 towers, so you'll need more pulls to make something fall over.
Very cool.
Yeah. Wow.
See, that's just saying I can't do the Jenga. That's the only. I'd love the scenarios, and I love the whole concept of it.
You could.
But I just can't do Jenga. I just never have been able to.
Come.
I've tried it. I just can't do Jenga.
Yep.
I don't know.
Well, one thing you could do is you
much.
could have like someone else at the table do it for you, as long as you're willing to accept the risk, right?
Oh well, yeah. Then somebody just goes, "Yeah, here we go."
Look what happened by accident.
Yeah.
That would be an option, but it kind of dampens down the rule. In a live in-person, the rule is whoever last touched the tower when it falls over is the person who dies in that scene. So if someone's pulling for you, do I kill your character or their character?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I would accept that, but it's just.
Yeah.
But like I said, I do like this online. Where if you roll a D100, I do love this.
It's worked out pretty good. It seems to build the tension because people are like, did that number?
Oh my God,
it seems to build the tension nicely.
Close to each other. It was like, holy crap.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We were.
And
We
all rolled 44.
Did we?
We all rolled the 44.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
All 3 of us rolled a 44.
Everybody rolled a 44 and matched up.
Come on.
Uh-oh. I don't think it's gonna work right.
No, doesn't look like it.
Your background, I think, is.
Let me see if I can turn the background off.
You said the game day. You said it was May 7th.
Yep, May 7th. I'm probably going to run it at about 3 o'clock. So it'll be about 3 o'clock until
6:30.
I think.
Yeah.
6:30,
So
something like that.
it'll be a little short, but
Yeah.
We had a lot more safe numbers left than I thought we did. I thought we'd rolled so many times. It's like, man, there can't be that many safe numbers left. I was just waiting for like single digits because that's the ones I knew we hadn't seen any of.
Yeah. I counted 28 rolls, but of those 28, there were 3 repeats. So you rolled 25 unique numbers and repeated 3 of them.
Okay. Oh,
So-
the one other thing, I don't know if you even thought about this. If we had gotten to look at the cryogenic tubes where all the colonists were supposed to be, were they? I mean, they obviously were all just dead, but were they all still full, or had they actually taken people and left, and some people had managed to get away somewhere? Whether they're dead somewhere probably, but actually got off the ship.
Yeah, Nathan and some of the other crew had ejected some of them.
Okay.
But as to after they stopped, like what happened to those, other crew?
I think you said they just let the power run out, right? And they just
Yeah, that he described like watching the power like draining and running out, and just having to accept that those people were gone.
Yeah.
But there was still their physical bodies, and I hadn't decided if the alien had done something with their physical bodies.
Yeah, that was one thing I wish we'd gotten to do, was go see the cryogenic whatever they were.
Yeah,
with
they got my circlet.
oh well.
But
Yeah,
that person could have been on an escape pod. They could have been light years away by now.
and I don't know what the state of those bodies were, because that's part of the improv thing. I
Yeah.
would have made it up if you guys even went there.
And I would
So-
think that since they haven't found any of the ones who ejected yet, they probably just like starved to death floating in space somewhere, or suffocated.
or landed on
maybe.
a planet. I mean, they could have went. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe.
It's
Yeah.
passed away. Only it's in space.
All right, I'm gonna sign this off. We can continue talking
All right.
during the credits and for a
Yeah.
little bit after. Thank you again, Aaron. I had a blast.
Yeah.
Everybody. We'll see you again.
Thank you guys for
soon.
playing. It was a lot of fun.
It's amazing.
Yeah, you do another
All right.
online. I'll definitely be here. Just keep
I-
me informed.
I think me and Brad
Hopefully,
are
we
gonna
can get more players.
I think me and Brad intend to try to do one once a month for a few months until I start running out of scenarios. So there will definitely be another one. Keep your eyes out on the Discord, and we'll try and announce it in plenty.